Welcome to the Skeptics Track. Before we begin the talk, here's a word about this track and skepticism. First, if you're here right now, you may be a skeptic. Do you care about science and ways of finding out what is true and accurate? Do you think the world would be better if more people were scientifically and mathematically literate? Do ghosts, aliens, and cryptids fascinate you, but more like from a folklore point of view? Do you have an open mind, but not so open that your brains fall out? If so, you may be a skeptic. Do fake psychics and quacks selling phony medicine piss you off? Are you curious about why so many people fall for misinformation and conspiracy theories? Are you vaccinated because you care about public health? Have you ever started a reply on social media with the words, "Well, actually"? If so, you may be a skeptic. If not, you still might be a future skeptic. We are a big tent of all sorts of experts and lay people alike who enjoy learning, helping our fellow humans, and yes, when necessary, debunking. If this appeals to you, check out more of the events on the Skeptics Track. Try out a skeptical podcast or two, or join a local skeptical organization where you live.
You might think about skipping this ad. Don't. What happens next will make you tear up. Wait, you're still here? I mean, great, looks like the trick worked. You see, when watching videos or browsing online, you are likely to encounter content that is loaded with emotional language, and with good reason. Playing into emotions, especially negative ones, such as fear, anger, or contempt, is a trick to get you to pay attention to something when you otherwise wouldn't. It's likely that's a big reason why you're still watching this ad is because you were lured in by our use of emotional language in the very first sentence. Research has shown that expressing emotion is key for the spread of moral and especially political ideas in social networks. So let's say when you're writing a headline and you're trying your hardest to manipulate your readers to click, one thing you can do is pepper your headlines with a bunch of emotionally charged words. Call it a horrific accident instead of a serious one, a disgusting ruling instead of a disagreeable one, or a heartbreaking twist of fate instead of an unfortunate coincidence. That way, you're likely to reach more people and influence their reactions. So let's see how this plays out in real life. Let's take the following headline from the movie Anchorman. No emotional manipulation at play here, just to the point, no-nonsense coverage of such an important event in history. This headline, on the other hand, see what they did there? The writer used an emotionally charged word like revolting to describe a whole group of people. Are mutants people? Oh well, you get the point. They're fear-mongering. So whenever you feel outraged or angry, remember, someone may be pulling your strings. Don't be manipulated. Truth Labs, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Groundbreaking new research shows that anybody who closes a video ad within the first 5 seconds is most likely to watch online advertising all the way through. Go on, think about that totally coherent statement for just a couple of seconds. Incoherence, noun. The quality being illogical or inconsistent. If your goal is to defend a position at all costs, it doesn't really matter whether your reasons for doing so form the coherent whole, because most people won't notice anyway. It's much easier to use the most convenient argument at hand, even if this argument and a different argument you made earlier cannot both be true at the same time. It's useful to be on the lookout for such incoherent arguments. Being incoherent means being wrong. The earth cannot be flat and round. If someone is using both arguments at different times, they are the ones who are confused, not you. Incoherence can be difficult to spot in real time, as people often don't make incoherent arguments in the same sentence. But let's see what the Truth-O-Matic has to say. Pull the lever, Crunk!
Well, that looks exactly like my old space.
Yeah, but this one comes with your own company suck-up.
Morning, Mr. Griffin. Nice day.
It's a little cloudy.
It's absolutely cloudy. One of the worst days I've seen in years. So, good news about the Yankees.
I hate the Yankees.
Pack of cheaters, that's what they are. I love your
I
tie.
hate this tie.
It's awful, it's gaudy, it's gotta go.
So whenever you see contradictions like this, the argument is most likely incoherent. Truth Labs. Keep coherent and carry on.
Welcome to the Skeptics Track. Before we begin the talk, here's a word about this track and skepticism. First, if you're here right now, you may be a skeptic. Do you care about science and ways of finding out what is true and accurate? Do you think the world would be better if more people were scientifically and mathematically literate? Do ghosts, aliens, and cryptids fascinate you, but more like from a folklore point of view? Do you have an open mind, but not so open that your brains fall out? If so, you may be a skeptic. Do fake psychics and quacks selling phony medicine piss you off? Are you curious about why so many people fall for misinformation and conspiracy theories? Are you vaccinated because you care about public health? Have you ever started a reply on social media with the words, "Well, actually"? If so, you may be a skeptic. If not, you still might be a future skeptic. We are a big tent of all sorts of experts and lay people alike who enjoy learning, helping our fellow humans, and yes, when necessary, debunking. If this appeals to you, check out more of the events on the Skeptics Track. Try out a skeptical podcast or two, or join a local skeptical organization where you live.
No, the Rothschild banking family does not secretly control all the world's finances from behind the scenes. I'm Brian Dunning, and you're watching In Fact. Welcome to the show that brings you the real facts behind popular myths. Anti-Semitism is the most popular trait that so many conspiracy theories have in common. Whether it's myths about billionaire George Soros, that Israel was behind 9/11, or that the Holocaust never happened, Jewish people are blamed for just about anything by some conspiracy theorist on YouTube. The Rothschild banking family, who are Jewish, are charged by conspiracy theorists with controlling the entire world's money supply and having hundreds of trillions of dollars under their control. They're said to be blamed for every market shift and to use their whims to control your financial future. Now, up until about 100 years ago, some of these things were basically true about the Rothschilds. The family rose at the beginning of the 19th century and began loaning money. With Meyer Rothschild's 5 sons as his agents in Europe's 5 major financial centers, the family was a major underwriter to governments and made huge fortunes financing entire wars. In fact, throughout the 19th century, the Rothschilds filled the same role in Europe now held by the International Monetary Fund, stabilizing the currencies of major world governments. But what ended their empire was World Wars I and II, the costs of which exceeded the abilities of either the Rothschilds or any other banks to finance, and resulted in the creation of the International Monetary Fund. In addition, Nazi Germany devastated the Austrian Rothschilds and seized their assets, costing them their entire fortunes. Today, generations later, descendants of the original Rothschilds are diluted all around the globe, engaged in various professions, just like every family. Only a few are still involved in banking. There's no longer any such thing as a single, monolithic House of Rothschild as a creditor to governments. The closest thing is Rothschild's Continuation Holdings AG, a Swiss company that manages interests in many Rothschild-founded institutions. There are no longer any Rothschild family members on its board, the last having retired in 2011, though about 8 Rothschilds are believed to own 72.5% of it. It's thought to hold about $5 billion in assets. But compare this to the biggest bank in the Netherlands, Rabobank, with $774 billion in assets. Does it really look like the Rothschilds are the world's greatest controllers of money? How about the Royal Bank of Scotland, or Germany's Deutsche Bank with $1.7 trillion in assets? In fact, you've got a whole host of major banks around the world that dwarf the Rothschilds. The largest U.S. bank, J.P. Morgan Chase, is 500 times its size. There are more even bigger, but the major players are the 4 biggest banks in China, with $12 trillion in assets between them. Now, it's really easy to find this information as these banks are all public, including who owns them and who's on their boards. The narrative that the Rothschild family controls the world's money supply is trivially disproven. So why do the YouTube conspiracy theorists still spread this slander? Make no mistake, anti-Semitism is alive and well among conspiracy theorists. I'm Brian Dunning, and this has been In Fact. In Fact is made possible by financial support from viewers like you. Please visit infactvideo.com.
Either you stop watching the lamestream media, or you want all puppies to die! Makes sense, right? No? Good, because it shouldn't. It's a common manipulation technique called a false dichotomy, or a false dilemma. It's designed to make you think you only got 2 choices to choose from, when in reality, there are more. As with our little dilemma at the beginning, there's no reason why you can't watch mainstream media and want all puppies to live. The two don't rule each other out. And by presenting you with an option that is clearly undesirable, and the option the manipulator wants you to pick, your choices are narrowed down for you. A famous example of a false dilemma is this one from Star Wars Episode 3, Revenge of the Sith.
My allegiance is to the Republic, to democracy! If you're not with me, then you're my enemy.
Anakin's claim that Obi-Wan is either with him or is his enemy is a clear case of false dichotomy. Obi-Wan is trying to prevent Anakin from joining the dark side, which naturally involves being critical of Anakin's choices. But just because Obi-Wan disagrees with Anakin doesn't automatically make them enemies. Obi-Wan's reply is actually perfect.
Only a Sith deals in absolutes.
Good old Obi! Be on the lookout for instances of false dichotomies in real life. They're more common than you think. Truth Labs. When things are too black and white, dare to be gray.
Welcome to Welcome to the Skeptics Track. Before we begin the talk, here's a word about this track and skepticism. First, if you're here right now, you may be a skeptic. Do you care about science and ways of finding out what is true and accurate? Do you think the world would be better if more people were scientifically and mathematically literate? Do ghosts, aliens, and cryptids fascinate you, but more like from a folklore point of view? Do you have an open mind, but not so open that your brains fall out? If so, you may be a skeptic. Do fake psychics and quacks selling phony medicine piss you off? Are you curious about why so many people fall for misinformation and conspiracy theories? Are you vaccinated because you care about public health? Have you ever started a reply on social media with the words, "Well, actually"? If so, you may be a skeptic. If not, you still might be a future skeptic. We are a big tent of all sorts of experts and lay people alike who enjoy learning, helping our fellow humans, and yes, when necessary, debunking. If this appeals to you, check out more of the events on the Skeptics Track. Try out a skeptical podcast or two, or join a local skeptical organization where you live.
Some diet promoters' latest kick is to go gluten-free. Will this really give you any health benefits? I'm Brian Dunning, and you're watching In Fact. Welcome to the show that gives you the real facts behind popular myths. Gluten is currently one of the alternative health industry's favorite boogeymen. There's so much alarm about it that restaurants are offering gluten-free menus. Supermarkets have whole gluten-free food sections. 5 years ago, consumers had never heard of gluten-free, and we all seemed to do just fine. Is this stuff really so bad? Gluten is not a fat or a carbohydrate, it's a protein. Gluten is found in wheat, rye, and barley. It's an important source of dietary protein. It's even added to a lot of foods to boost their protein content. In fact, most vegetarian meat and cheese substitutes are based on wheat gluten. Gluten is a long, tough molecule, and it's what gives modern bread dough its sponginess and elasticity. But there's been a growing trend in recent years to view gluten in a negative light. It is true that a small number of people are born with gluten sensitivities that reduce their ability to tolerate it to varying degrees. Something of a non sequitur line of reasoning has followed that if some people can't tolerate it, it therefore must be generally bad for everyone. But there are actually only a tiny number of people who have to avoid gluten, basically those with celiac disease, in which gluten causes an inflammation of the tissues in your gut that interfere with your ability to absorb nutrients from food. Very few people actually have this, but as the gluten-free fad has grown in recent years, a huge number of alternative practitioners are telling people they have it. Don't believe the health food store guy. Go to a doctor and get a blood test or a biopsy. It's unlikely that you actually have this, but a few do. A somewhat larger number of people have any of various wheat-related allergies. These are not necessarily a reason to avoid gluten. Most people with such allergies don't even realize they have them and do just fine. Most of the rest can use common allergy treatments and continue eating a normal diet. Yet those whose business is the sale of gluten-free products would often have us believe that many more of us should buy them. Don't. For healthy people, they're a waste of money. Eat a balanced diet, low in fat, and get some exercise. That's a prescription that no flash-in-the-pan fad diet can hope to match. I'm Brian Dunning, and this has been In Fact. In Fact is made possible by financial support from viewers like you. Please visit infactvideo.com.
Welcome to the Skeptics Track. Before we begin the talk, here's a word about this track and skepticism. First, if you're here right now, you may be a skeptic. Do you care about science and ways of finding out what is true and accurate? Do you think the world would be better if more people were scientifically and mathematically literate? Do ghosts, aliens, and cryptids fascinate you, but more like from a folklore point of view? Do you have an open mind, but not so open that your brains fall out? If so, you may be a skeptic. Do fake psychics and quacks selling phony medicine piss you off? Are you curious about why so many people fall for misinformation and conspiracy theories? Are you vaccinated because you care about public health? Have you ever started a reply on social media with the words, "Well, actually"? If so, you may be a skeptic. If not, you still might be a future skeptic. We are a big tent of all sorts of experts and lay people alike who enjoy learning, helping our fellow humans, and yes, when necessary, debunking. If this appeals to you, check out more of the events on the Skeptics Track. Try out a skeptical podcast or two, or join a local skeptical organization where you live.
Good morning. Welcome to Monday morning at DragonCon. Thank you so much for joining us here at DragonCon 2025. We know you got up early for us and or didn't go to bed, honestly, but we're very, very grateful that you joined us here today. So Heather Lamb is joining us, and she is our guest. I had a conversation with her in the Atlanta airport. She was flying back from Europe, and we started talking about her project, and I could not wait to have her come give us this talk. So I'm very sorry about the technical difficulties. I'm sure the AI is out to get us. Of course, I, for one, welcome our robot overlords. But anyway, I believe Heather can hear me?
I sure can.
Yay. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, it's great to be here. Nothing like getting up, on a long weekend Monday morning and giving a good presentation to really kick off a day that you may not spend doing anything productive otherwise.
That's it for perspective, for sure. Okay. Well, the floor is yours.
All right, excellent. So good morning. Thank everyone for coming out, and I hope everyone's enjoying the weekend and DragonCon. What I'm going to be talking about today is obviously green AI engineering, but before I really get into the depth of what I am here to talk to you about, I really want to say, who am I and why do you care? Why should you listen to anything that I'm saying? Who am I? Whatever. So we'll start really with the background of what my company does, where I work. When I tell people I work for Ookla, they're like, what is that? How Ookla? What? Basically, a lot of people know us by our speed test application. So if you're ever in the airport and you're like, oh, why can I not watch this video? Why is everything being so laggy? And you take a speed test to see how fast your internet is, that is our application. So we have that on over 11 million daily consumer-initiated tests a day. We have around 15,000 embedded applications on servers around the country. We also own Down Detector, where we get about 25 million monthly user reports as to, my internet is down, Netflix is down. If anyone was watching the great fight between Mike Tyson and Jake Paul earlier this year, one of the first places you went to when you wouldn't be able to stream was Down Detector. Basically, we have billions and billions and billions of daily network data points daily. So we have a lot of data. And my team is responsible for doing stuff with it, whether that's AI or algorithm development, et cetera. A little bit more, this is really our customer-facing slide. Can everyone see me? Did we advance here? I don't think it advanced. But we have a lot of data. We do a lot with it. We try to make sure that we are developing our insights appropriately. To make sure that we have a product that we can sell, that we can utilize to understand all this wealth of data that we're getting every day. And then a little bit about our leadership team. I won't really hang on this too much, but we got a great leadership team. A lot of really, really smart people doing great things with all this data that we have around what is the internet, why is the internet, how is the internet around the world. And if anyone is local to Atlanta, Stephen Bai has been kicking around town many, many years. He was at Bell South and AT&T and Cox Communication. Really great team of people that work here at Ookla. And then who am I and why do you care? Mm-hmm. So this is me. I am the Vice President of Data Science. I have some degrees here, but really what I want you to glean from all of this is that I'm a constant learner. I am constantly aware that I do not know everything, nor should I, especially as things change. Right now I'm in data science. When I got my bachelor's degree, data science didn't exist. We were in Excel spreadsheets studying math and formulas and maybe a little SAS for algorithm development and prediction models, which is why I continually have to go back and add to my education because things change so rapidly. And if you aren't growing and changing and adapting with it, it's really going to be hard to keep up. So with that, let's get into our talk, green AI engineering, and really reducing the carbon footprint of AI systems. And you may be thinking to yourself, isn't AI going to help save the planet? Isn't AI our savior, our overlords that are going to help everything? No, not really. So I want to talk about a couple key things. And before we get into the quotes here, I want you to imagine yourself sitting at your computer and you have some things running. Maybe you're working, maybe you're gaming, maybe you're giving a presentation at DragonCon on Monday morning, and all of a sudden your computer sounds like a jet engine about to take off. And you start thinking, oh no, it's going to crash. Oh no, like what is happening? And you start shutting things down. When your computer sounds like that, it's overheating. What you're doing is adding too much stress on the compute of your machine, and it's trying to cool itself down because running all those programs heats it up. And so that's really the main kernel of what we're going to talk about today, is this energy consumption of the things that we use and AI tools that we use, tools that we develop, even any other data science insights engines that we develop are all using energy, and that energy makes things hot. So Medium posted a great article in 2024 that says as AI systems become more powerful, they also consume vast amount of energy, leading to an increase in carbon emissions. Training modern machine learning models requires a vast amount of computational resources and of energy and water for the refrigeration of the data centers housing immense volumes of training data. And this is all fine and well until it comes to your backyard, which many of you may have been reading about this, experiencing this. New York Times just had a great article about the huge data server center that Meta built in Newton County, which is now running the local wells dry of water. And that's because these huge server farms need a lot of water to keep these server rooms cool and free of moisture. And that is the consumption of water, piping the water around the building, and running the AC systems to ensure these servers are cool. Now, why would the servers not be cool? Well, because they're running whatever programs we're asking it to run that are heating it up and making it sound like a jet engine. So with that, why does what we do and what we build and how we code things, and I'll start this as a developer. Really, this is for developers, and how can we as developers ensure that what we're building does not make our computer sound like a jet engine or heat up these server rooms and all of these server farms around the country and around the world. But I'm going to end with, like, how do we take this as a user in our everyday consumption of the AI products that we're using and consuming? But for now, we'll start with the developer track. And why does it matter? I mean, the computing algorithms and processes consume energy. These things consume energy, which is why we're getting these server farms popping up around the globe. Bitcoin mining alone is the 27th most energy demanding nation. So just farming for Bitcoin is its own nation of energy consumption. When ChatGPT 3 was being trained, it was the same household, it was the same energy consumption of over 100 US homes per year, and now we're on ChatGPT 5. And then global AI computing demand doubles every 6 months, doubles. It doesn't just increase, it doubles. So this is something from back in 2021. What is it today? I mean, it's amazing how much this AI is draining our energy consumption, knowing that environmental change is one of the biggest crises we face today. So when we say, like, oh, AI is going to save us, I don't know. I don't know. It might end us. And I want us to be very cognizant of the fact that bigger isn't better. If we're building something, some, agentic AI agent to help us make more money off the side of our desk, what is that consuming from the planet as we're building it? So let's talk about how do we make sure we don't do that. And that really is, where do the emissions from these things that we build, where are they coming from? If we have data science in here, if we have any developers in here, there's a life cycle of how you develop AI, how you develop machine learning models, et cetera. You start training it. So when ChatGPT was being trained, it really was set loose on just billions of data sets to go and read and train itself. So that's one of a huge, large spike of where this energy is consuming, the training of AI and models. And then you start to fine tune these models to make sure it doesn't hallucinate, we hope. It gives us the right answer as it's returning its values, making sure that it is scalable. So as we put these things out into the world and they're constantly being hit and asked things, how is that managed? And if it's not managed well, it's happening all the time, every time these things are getting called. Of course, we have our data center energy sources, which I think we really talked about, and it probably hits close to home to a lot of local Georgians. And then the hardware costs, like we have to build these computers and servers that run the things, right? So we talk about model level optimizations. Oh, no, we don't. Forget that slide. We don't know how that snuck in there. So where do the emissions come from? Model level optimizations. We'll just say that is the title of this slide. So when we're building models, when ChatGPT first came out, it used BERT. And BERT was a highly energy demanding model that needed a ton of parameters for it to train. It needed a lot of time for it to go and find the answers and bring it back. It was very, very accurate though. So as a model developer, as we're training these things, we often go for accuracy. And sometimes we add in too much. We say, okay, go and look for everything and bring me back the precise answer. What happened was some folks went in and said, well, how can we make BERT, this model that really does a lot of the ChatGPT processing, how can we make it faster, consume less time, have fewer parameters, and still maintain a similar accuracy to what we need? And they were able to pare it down to about 60% of what the original was. And because of that, it uses less energy, it takes less time. It's just as accurate, give or take a few percentage points. And it was able to do that by pruning unnecessary layers. So before there were 110 million parameters in this model. And a parameter is all of the things it asks itself in ways when it's coming back on the answer. So for example, a parameter of my body mass index is my height. Another parameter is my weight. So for BERT to ask or to answer a question like, who was the emperor in Rome and why was he so great? It had 110 of those million of those parameters. So they cut it down to 66 million. They were able to quantize weights. So maybe this thing that I'm looking for, historical context, historical accuracy, is more important than Reddit user groups, comments on Julius Caesar. And it used early exit techniques. So instead of going through every parameter every time, it said, if I get my accuracy by getting through half of these parameters, I don't need to check the rest. So it's smart programming and how we build these things, which makes our AI models and our development more energy friendly and consume less energy. So it's how we are building these things that matter. So smaller models, faster inference, lower energy, cheaper deployment. It's better for everybody. It costs less to run, obviously, because it costs less to cool the servers. It costs less servers to get your answer back. It's great for everyone when we can do this. There's a lot of ops and tracking tools you can use as well. So there's some code online that you can get to, Code Carbon, Carbon Tracker, or Green Algorithms. You can Google them. They're all great sites that as you're building code, if you are building code, you can use these mechanisms to determine what is the impact of this code that I have written. How can I make my code more energy efficient? How can I develop in a way that I'm saving model checkpoints so I have early exit techniques? Can I build it in a way that I don't have to run the whole thing every single time? As you're building and testing and developing your algorithms, monitor the memory that it's consuming every time you're doing. So if you can run one series and it's really large processing in memory, could you run it a different way, get a similar accuracy and outcome, but with smaller resource consumption? So that's continuous innovation, continuous development, continuous iteration, continuous development, and then containerize and right-size jobs. So a lot of times as developers, we tend to say, okay, here's my problem. I'm going to solve it all in a single step, and then I'm going to give you my answer. But oftentimes, if you're working, especially with data engineers, you can break these down into, instead of running everything at once, all of my steps, and then giving my answer, you can break it down in parallel to say, I'll run the same steps in smaller resource consumptions in parallel and come to the same answer as well. And this is why I always say data engineers are your best friend. And one thing I like to say too, the longer I've been a data scientist, the more I become a data engineer. Because the things that I build, if they are not built in a very thoughtful and modular and componentized manner, will just run forever and not be useful or scalable to people that want to use them. There's also infrastructure and scheduling. So in some, I know in GCP and in AWS, you can pick which server area that you will use to run your AI models and algorithms. You can run these, you can schedule them to run when the grids are the greenest. So don't schedule jobs to run when there's peak demand on the servers, right? If everyone is listening to Spotify at 8 a.m. on the way to work, probably don't run your model then. Maybe run it at 4 a.m. when you know capacity is much lower. You can select regions for your cloud centers that have renewable energy, and there's ways you can go to research where are the most efficient cloud regions for me to program this development. You can avoid unnecessary retraining of your models. If it works once, how often do you need to go and retrain it? Is it once a month because that feels right? Or does once a month training give you better accuracy, or give you the same accuracy that it would take if you trained this or retrained it every 6 months? And obviously, the climate of the processing region matters. You can see here, obviously, on your screen, the areas with the greenest scores are the coldest climate, which makes sense because then it takes less energy to cool the servers. If you're getting a server farm in Saudi Arabia, it is going to take a massive amount of energy to keep that server room cold because it's hot. And then finally, we talked about some of the tools that you can use. There's Code Carbon, Carbon Tracker, Machine Learning, CO2, Green Algorithms. So Google Cloud Provider has a built-in carbon-aware schedulers. If you are not dependent on something to run at a specific time, you can select the option to run these processes based on their carbon-aware schedulers. So it will go ahead and kick those off when the grid is at its lowest capacity, saving you more time and money. There's also, AWS has a suite of sustainability best practices to help you optimize your code, optimize where and when your code is running. I would, if anyone is in AWS, I would definitely recommend you take a look at that, because what we build and how we build it is really, really, really important. And then finally, so for developers, this is really, really important. And this is my favorite thing of all time, right? If you don't know the answer, just go say, I don't know the answer, right? I'm just going to keep Google it, and then maybe this code will work, and I think it'll, it'll get there somehow. It's like staring at your computer and you're like, I don't know why this is working, or I don't know why this is broken. Let's just keep Googling and asking ourselves questions, keep being skeptics, keep trying to figure out how you can improve and optimize. And then for us human beings that are citizens of this planet, what does this mean to us? We have stickers on our water heaters for energy consumption. We have stickers on our refrigerators for energy consumption. We clearly have fuel consumption on all the cars that we go and look at, that we always take into consideration when we purchase something we're going to use. So the question I'm going to ask you is, would Facebook be your primary mode of transportation if you knew it got 4 miles to the gallon? Would you scroll on Instagram for 30 minutes if you got a message that said, for every minute you scroll on Instagram, Jake and Deborah out in Newton County, Georgia will not have access to clean tap water? I think that's something we as society really need to start thinking about, is these AI systems, these huge infrastructure and algorithms that are serving us ads or serving us the next YouTube video that we need to watch. What is the consumption, the energy consumption of those things? And why don't we know about it? Why aren't we even asking about it? Obviously, I'm not a politician. I don't know any of those things. I know the data and the development part, but I think we as a community should be asking those questions.
Yeah, that's wow. Yeah, 100%. I mean, I am struck by the irony that you're here via Zoom, but and we're streaming, but I think it's important to get that message out there. So what I'm hearing you say is RTD2 is better than the Death Star. Is that?
In terms of energy consumption, absolutely. Could R2D2 potentially blow up a planet? Probably. So why not? If you can get the same outcome, build smaller, build better, build more efficient.
Absolutely.
But
Okay.
sometimes our egos say we have to build a Death Star.
Yeah, I get that. So we do have a microphone here. Heather, are you able to take questions? We have a
Absolutely,
IT contingent
absolutely.
here. Yeah. So hello, there's someone at the microphone now. Can you see us at all? I know that we were having some issues earlier, so if not, that's okay, but you can hear. Okay, good.
A couple of questions. Number one, not just you, but others have talked about this where they've said they're using all this water. Well, is the water disappearing? What is it about the water that makes it not usable after you've used it to cool your systems?
That's a great question for probably an AC or HVAC. I don't know, but if you need, a lot of water in a region where that water is dependent on for running your local taps, for tapping into your local well water, it's being sucked out and used for something differently. What are these people who now were dependent on local wells supposed to do? And if those wells are being replenished by water that may not be of the highest quality it once was, it's a problem. I mean, it's energy resourcing, and who gets the water? Is water a commodity in a certain place? And how come a server farm gets to use it more than the people who live on the land?
All right. Well, it just so happens that the director of our track knows the answer to this question because he worked in water management. So just pick up the microphone right there. Or if you're going to, or you can go to the, yep. But either come up here next to me so we can get you on video, please. Yep.
Disembodied voice.
Right.
Hello? Hey. Okay, so like she said, for 20 years I worked on the IT side of water, wastewater. So this talk I was fascinated with because it's exactly what I used to do. When they say the water does not go away, but it becomes gray water, and then it has to be retreated again. We have really cheap water here in America, so it doesn't seem like it would matter, but when you start adding stress to that system, your water bill goes up, services go expensive, and it gets harder to get you your water, and in the end, there'll be like small droughts, you might not notice them, but it starts putting stress on the system. It becomes more expensive. We're not in danger of losing water. We have so much of it. It's always about treating the water so it's potable so you can drink it. That's always the problem with water. We have so much water, we don't know what to do with it. We just have to treat it. We have to treat it, and that's the problem.
Thank you very much, Derek. Appreciate that.
The follow-up on that I had was why not connect these data farms with cogeneration? In other words, greenhouses. In New York City, Manhattan, almost every building gets their heat from Con Ed as a byproduct of their generation of electricity. So it seems to me that the water, whether it's gray or not, could be used to warm greenhouses up, and then up in the north you could be growing tomatoes all year, as they do in Israel, for example.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Derek's got more. Yeah.
It does happen. About maybe 40 or 50%. It's local. Water's all local. And some areas like Georgia's really good. We use our gray water for watering everything. We have signs everywhere. If you live here, you'll see them. And they warn you because people don't want their kids to drink the gray water. So we use it for all public services. Like you see when we use water, it's all gray water. But that's not most cities. Like New York does it, Cleveland does it, Chicago, Atlanta, LA is really bad at it. It's all regional there. So yeah, we do, but not everybody does. In America, we don't centralize all that stuff. So city and state, yeah.
Oh, thank you so much.
And I think that gets back to the point of, what servers are we selecting when we develop these things? And if we knew that this plant used the gray water to run a greenhouse, to, redevelop it back into the ecosystem, we should be choosing areas like that so it happens more often.
That makes perfect sense. We have another question.
Data center engineer.
Oh, good.
This is uniquely a problem in the United States.
Which part?
The use of the water and the waste.
Okay.
For the most part, the rest of the world does a much better job. Amsterdam, for instance. Okay, anybody who knows anything about data centers is familiar with Equinix. They have data centers worldwide. They have data centers in Amsterdam. Not only do they not use the fresh water, they use gray water, but they also ship the heat that is generated from the data centers to heat the city. The United States, it is just so much about how much profit we can eke out of it that they just pump fresh water into the data centers and then pump it into the sewer.
Are you saying that we're Ferengis and everybody else are Vulcans? That's only logical?
Kind of. It is uniquely, we waste. We are horrible about it. And one of the things that is happening is we are even seeing the processors on both CPU and GPU side get much more efficient, but even as efficient as they get, we just keep on wasting more. One of the things that they're also doing with the data centers in Amsterdam is they're using geothermal to cool them. Heat exchangers rather than pumping in fresh water and then pumping it out. It's just, we need to do better here.
And I think that gets back to my point. I love that message, especially, in Amsterdam, what they're able to do. Here, we're about, we're capitalist. That's just where we live. But if I, as a consumer, demand that you, as a server farm, as a data center, I am only going to consume from you once I know that you are doing those environmentally best practice things. I think that's where we can shift the tide. I think, obviously another one is political lobbyists and changing how the laws work. I don't want to get into that because I don't know, but I know what I can do every day is ensure that what I'm building and what my team is building is asking for all of these things. It's pointing to all of those centers that are doing that. So the demand becomes more in these other server areas that aren't doing so will start to get their head in the games and do that as well.
Yeah. Thank you. Did you have another question?
I haven't asked anything.
Oh, I'm sorry. I can't. It's hard to see. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yes, please ask your question.
Yeah, I'm wondering about the possible impact of direct current conversion and getting away from alternating current distribution eventually. What would that be saving?
We can't hear you if you're not on the microphone.
Well, yeah. I could hear the question about direct current versus alternating current. My answer is I have no idea. I have, again, that's out of my area of expertise. I can build the code and make sure it's efficient, but I think how that gets passed through or how it's using energy, I don't know the answer to that. It's a really good question.
Okay.
Okay. So next question.
Hi.
Don't touch the mic, please. Yeah,
oh,
there you go.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it'll adjust to you.
Wow.
You're right.
That's crazy. So I'm someone who's just really concerned about the environment and what the impacts that we're seeing. Is there any impact that is occurring with the ocean, or what kind of carbon footprint are we negatively contributing to with the AI here in the U.S.?
I think it's all connected. I don't think there's a direct correlation between the energy that's being consumed by these servers and processes directly to the ocean. But I think we could make an indirect correlation that the more energy that we consume, the hotter the planet gets, therefore the worse the ocean gets, right?
Yeah.
I think it's all interconnected, although right now there isn't a direct correlation between, the impact on the ocean versus the energy that these data centers are consuming.
Yeah, the first thing that I've thought about is that we're going to see an impact on the coral reefs. I think that that's where we'll first start to see something, but that's just
Well,
my
that ship sort of
assumption.
already sailed. We're already seeing massive impacts on coral reefs
Yeah.
everywhere. I share your concerns. I think that's a really good question. And then what about dumping all that heat into the usually cooler areas? If yeah, that's very interesting. Do you have a question?
I do, but I'll wait for the
Yes, wait for
microphone to do
Magic
its thing.
Mike.
Yes.
He will meet you where you are.
Hello, everyone. So I want to ask...
Closer to the mic, please.
You don't want me to just project? All right.
Well, you could, but then they're going to have to turn the gain up, and then it'll start screaming at you.
True. Hello, everyone. I want to ask a dangerous question,
Ooh,
which is we've
bring it.
started to see in the news some reports of the AI bubble starting to burst a little bit, whether it's 95% of Gen AI projects are failing, or we're seeing diminishing returns on investments into certain types of models, and a couple of other stories that start to suggest some of these things. The environmental impact and other associated impacts are absolutely important, but is this the type of thing where if we wait, since it's already expensive and may get more expensive in the future, will markets actually make this one go away, in your opinion?
I think that's interesting. And here's the problem that I see right now is there is no ability to compete with some of these large giants. You do see a lot more AI popping up, but I think what this maybe gives us the ability to do is create more competition for other AI projects or other huge social media platforms to rival Facebook and Meta that can then become more usable and more consumed based on the energy that it consumes in the environment. So if I'm on Facebook and I know that, this AI algorithm that's going to, prompt me all these different streams I should go and look at, if I know that's 4 miles per hour gas mileage and a competitor comes up with a new Facebook, which is really, really hard to do right now, but this new competitor comes in with a 50 miles per gallon social media engine that recommends feeds for me and does all the things, will that help us get away from some of these institutions, monopolies that are dominating the AI space? I think there's an opportunity for that. Probably just as much an opportunity as there is for everyone to kill each other off, and there can only be one Highlander at the end.
Well done. Okay. Sir, do you have a question? Don't touch the microphone. No. This is actually, Heather, you can't see it, but this is Mark. This is our AV guy who's like the best. So there he is.
Yeah, after you say that she can't see me, you tell everybody that I'm the best. Thank you.
You're totally the best.
Anyway, I can give you a nutshell answer on the AC/DC question.
Oh, okay.
AC energy is much more efficient in long distance transmission. If like going from the generator to the end user, if you had to transmit that as DC, it would take a lot more materials and be less efficient. Also, almost everything except for a motor will run on DC in today's world. So your computers are actually converting the AC to DC when they actually use it. And any conversion process from AC to DC or DC to AC is never 100% efficient. Yeah. So every time that happens, you lose efficiency.
Yeah.
Along with the
which gets converted
transmission.
into heat, most likely, right?
Yes, usually heat.
Yeah.
So that's the answer in a nutshell. There's more details, but we don't need to get into those here.
Okay. Yep. Thank you. And there's another question.
I just wanted to clarify, a lot of data centers are DC. Google has a bunch, Amazon has some, where you see primarily all the AWS or the AC data centers is when they're renting cages and you're bringing in commodity hardware. A lot of the big players that have their proprietary hardware within that data center, the only place the AC comes in is to the power distribution is converted to DC, and there is no AC within the data center.
Heather, I told you we were a bunch of nerds.
No, I love it.
I love it too. We got another question. Great. Yes?
Different kind of nerd, website nerd.
Woohoo.
So I'm actually in SEO, and SEO is now shifting into GEO and AEO. So
all right, I
the
need you to translate this
search engine
alphabet soup.
optimization
Okay,
is
all right.
SEO. GEO is generative engine optimization, so optimizing content for your things like your ChatGPTs, your LLMs, things that run on AI. So I actually had to write my question down because it got me thinking about how in my field, I have to encourage my clients to utilize servers that are actually closer proximity to not have latency issues, right? So I had to write my question down. Since there are those technologies that require that instant AI decision making and server proximity influences speed versus latency, so we utilize those edge data centers, right? They're closer. They're smaller, but they're closer. But again, we're back to carbon footprint here. So do you know the environmental impact of edge data centers? And how do you propose we better address proximity needs?
Yeah, so in some of the tools that I linked up there, and we'll make sure this presentation is shared, so like Carbon Code, there's a lot of places, resources you can go to say, okay, here is my code, here's where it's running, here is what the energy consumption is of that particular thing. So there is a way for us to understand that. I don't think there's a lot of research been completed on this that's been published to say here's the environmental impact of those edge nodes, those edge server stations that maybe be a little bit closer, but it's a great question, and I think we can get there. It's always the balance of I need the speed, I need this to get there and back in a time that the user expects the answer to come back, but also what is the environmental impact? I think it's going to be a trade-off. In some spaces, we do have to make sure we're using those edge nodes, the closer server farms, to be able to run at the scale that we need it to. But for all other things that we're building, like why are we not shipping that off to Seattle at 4 a.m. to run where we can? Cool. So great question.
Well, thank you.
I love that.
That makes sense.
That was a great question. Wow, God, y'all are so smart. This is amazing. So, all right, well, I'm the idiot. So, Heather, if you had to pick a science fiction future, are we headed towards like a Star Trek future or more like a Dune style future?
I'm a foundation future. I think we really got to get it right with the AI.
Oh, you just gave me chill bumps. You gave me, yeah. So a foundation future and.
Yeah, foundation future. I think, maybe the robots will be good, but we won't think they're good. And maybe they want the best for us as long as we program them with the 3 rules of artificial intelligence from Asimov, right? And I'm hoping that's a future we can have, maybe where we don't create a foundation and empire, but that's yet to be seen, I guess.
Oh, that's wonderful. So I'm so sorry. We did have a bit of a late start. Are there any other questions? No? Man, I'm so happy I ran into you, and I'm so happy that you could join us today. This was fantastic. And we need to make sure that the electronic futures are jealous of our special guest here. So thank you very much for joining us, Heather. Let's give Heather a thank you from DragonCon. I don't know if you can hear, but we got everybody in the room is clapping. And I hope next year you can join us in person. So,
would love to.
Yep, great. So this will get us back on. Actually, we'll be ending a tiny bit early. So thank you so much for joining us here. We will see you back here in about 45 minutes. Bye-bye.
Welcome to the Skeptics Track. Before we begin the talk, here's a word about this track and skepticism. First, if you're here right now, you may be a skeptic. Do you care about science and ways of finding out what is true and accurate? Do you think the world would be better if more people were scientifically and mathematically literate? Do ghosts, aliens, and cryptids fascinate you, but more like from a folklore point of view? Do you have an open mind, but not so open that your brains fall out? If so, you may be a skeptic. Do fake psychics and quacks selling phony medicine piss you off? Are you curious about why so many people fall for misinformation and conspiracy theories? Are you vaccinated because you care about public health? Have you ever started a reply on social media with the words, "Well, actually"? If so, you may be a skeptic. If not, you still might be a future skeptic. We are a big tent of all sorts of experts and lay people alike who enjoy learning, helping our fellow humans, and yes, when necessary, debunking. If this appeals to you, check out more of the events on the Skeptics Track. Try out a skeptical podcast or two, or join a local skeptical organization where you live.
Lots of UFOs in the news these days. Not only are they the new flavor of the week on the TV networks, but UFOs are even making the rounds in Congress. So what's really behind all this? I'm Brian Dunning, and you're watching In Fact. Welcome to the show that brings you the real facts behind popular myths. One possibility is that there actually is some huge new wave of UFOs in our skies. Another possibility is that everyone's carrying around a high-resolution camera all day, every day, so more UFOs are getting photographed. And yet another possibility is that this phenomenon only exists in the media, driven by a relatively small group of highly motivated ideologues who want you to believe in alien visitation. And it's this third possibility that has all the evidence on its side, because it turns out a small group of people driving today's phenomenon that you probably thought had something to do with UFOs or Chinese drones or threats to national security, they're well-connected and well-financed and have been spreading their UFO ideas for some 50 years. So let's follow that timeline. In the 1970s, ufologist Jacques Vallée had a young protege, Hal Puthoff, and connected him with a company that ran the CIA's research into the abilities of spoonbender Uri Geller, called the Stargate Project. A young intelligence official, Chris Mellon, was briefed on this work and became intensely interested. Geller was kicked out of the program when it was found that he was cheating at everything, but Puthoff remained a true believer. Puthoff next started a new venture with his friend, hotel billionaire Robert Bigelow, who was funding a guy named Bud Hopkins to do alien abduction research, along with his girlfriend, Leslie Kean. Bigelow, Puthoff, Vallée, and others started Skinwalker Ranch in Utah, and with their influence, got the FAA to forward all pilots' UFO reports to them. They brought in Bigelow's friend, U.S. Senator Harry Reid. Reid used his influence to secure $22 million in Pentagon funding, which was given to Bigelow's Skinwalker Ranch, and was mostly spent having Puthoff write a bunch of weird reports detailing his UFO beliefs and possible designs for science fiction spacecraft systems. When that money ran out, Bigelow used his own money to hire fellow ufologist Lou Elizondo. They called themselves ATIP and represented it to the press as a continuation of the defunct Pentagon program. Its purpose was to take 3 videos provided by Chris Mellon and break their existence to the world in a New York Times article specially crafted by Leslie Kean. And the rest is history. Where are they now? Bigelow, Kean, and Puthoff have started a new Consciousness Institute to study life after death. Elizondo does the podcast circuit, presenting himself to anyone who will listen as a government UFO expert. Mellon does the same. And Uri Geller, even he is trying to cling to the crowd and has come storming back to Twitter, having reinvented himself as a UFO expert. So, no, there have actually been no interesting UFO developments, not since 2017, and really not even since the 1960s. This core group of believers in a lot of very strange ideas had all the answers they wanted 50 years ago and haven't changed their tune since. I'm Brian Dunning, and this has been In Fact. In Fact is made possible by financial support from viewers like you. Please visit infactvideo.com.
Are paleo diets more natural and better for us? I'm Tamara Robertson, and you're hooked up to the feeding tube. Welcome to the show that serves up the real facts behind pop culture food myths. We've all got that friend who's just a little too passionate about their paleo diet. A fad that encourages a rejection of modern foods and an embrace of foods they believe are more similar to what our Paleolithic ancestors ate. They believe such a diet is inherently healthier, and that our modern diet is inherently unhealthy. Now, if you've read up on this, you probably learned very quickly that the paleo diet is based on a false assumption, that it's even possible to eat a Paleolithic diet. First of all, there was no single Paleolithic diet. People in every geographical region ate very differently from one another depending on what few things were available. And second of all, virtually none of those things are available today. Today's vegetables are palatable thanks to thousands of years of selective breeding. Paleolithic versions were tiny, dry, bitter, and often little more than stripped bark. Game meat didn't go very far. Most of the calories from hunted game came from eating organs, like brains, stomach, kidneys, and eyes. The rest of their diet was roots, plus insects like grubs and roaches, and small game like mice, lizards, and frogs. The people today who claim to eat a paleo diet are really just avoiding certain grains, certain ingredients like added sugar and butter, and avoiding processed and prepared foods. It's basically just a highly restrictive diet that happens to favor animal protein over vegetable protein. And if you conform to nearly any restricted diet, you're likely to lose weight and be hungry a lot. There's nothing magical or nutritionally desirable about trying to conform your diet to some author's concept of paleo. Try to remember the most basic and important diet fact. Human beings are omnivorous. We can live quite well on almost any reasonable diet. We see this in modern hunter-gatherer cultures, from the Maasai, whose staples are blood and milk, to the Inuit, who live on blubber and meat, to the nuts and seeds eaten by the Bushmen. It's easy to be a little too passionate about your diet. Orthorexia nervosa is a pathological and unhealthy obsession with eating foods you think are right and avoiding foods you think are wrong. Don't go there. Relax a little. Tend more towards vegetables and fruits. Tend toward less sweets and fried foods. Don't overeat. Beyond that, enjoy yourself and steer well clear of diet neurosis. I'm Tamara Robertson, and your feeding tube is out. The feeding tube is made possible by charitable donations from viewers like you. Please visit feedingtube.tv to learn more.
Welcome to the Skeptics Track. Before we begin the talk, here's a word about this track and skepticism. First, if you're here right now, you may be a skeptic. Do you care about science and ways of finding out what is true and accurate? Do you think the world would be better if more people were scientifically and mathematically literate? Do ghosts, aliens, and cryptids fascinate you, but more like from a folklore point of view? Do you have an open mind, but not so open that your brains fall out? If so, you may be a skeptic. Do fake psychics and quacks selling phony medicine piss you off? Are you curious about why so many people fall for misinformation and conspiracy theories? Are you vaccinated because you care about public health? Have you ever started a reply on social media with the words, "Well, actually"? If so, you may be a skeptic. If not, you still might be a future skeptic. We are a big tent of all sorts of experts and lay people alike who enjoy learning, helping our fellow humans, and yes, when necessary, debunking. If this appeals to you, check out more of the events on the Skeptics Track. Try out a skeptical podcast or two, or join a local skeptical organization where you live.
Groundbreaking new research shows that anybody who closes a video ad within the first 5 seconds is most likely to watch online advertising all the way through. Go on, think about that totally coherent statement for just a couple of seconds. Incoherence, noun. The quality being illogical or inconsistent. If your goal is to defend a position at all costs, it doesn't really matter whether your reasons for doing so form the coherent whole, because most people won't notice anyway. It's much easier to use the most convenient argument at hand, even if this argument and a different argument you made earlier cannot both be true at the same time. It's useful to be on the lookout for such incoherent arguments. Being incoherent means being wrong. The earth cannot be flat and round. If someone is using both arguments at different times, they are the ones who are confused, not you. Incoherence can be difficult to spot in real time, as people often don't make incoherent arguments in the same sentence. But let's see what the Truth-O-Matic has to say. Pull the lever, Crunk!
Well, that looks exactly like my old space.
Yeah, but this one comes with your own company suck-up.
Morning, Mr. Griffin. Nice day.
It's a little cloudy.
It's absolutely cloudy. One of the worst days I've seen in years. So, good news about the Yankees.
I hate the Yankees.
Pack of cheaters, that's what they are. I love your tie.
I hate this tie.
It's awful, it's gaudy, it's gotta go.
So whenever you see contradictions like this, the argument is most likely incoherent. Truth Labs. Keep coherent and carry on.
Have you been told that toxins in the environment are rising to dangerous levels? Learn to evaluate these stories sensibly. I'm Brian Dunning, and you're watching In Fact. Welcome to the show that gives you the real facts behind popular myths. It's true that as human activity on the planet increases, residue from nearly everything we do contaminates the water, the air, the ground, even our food supply. At the same time, we're always working to minimize this, but along the way, there are always going to be reports in the news of high levels of some toxic substance found somewhere. Heavy metals, pesticides, and BPA are among the many compounds that end up in our environment. We all want to know if our safety is in danger. To determine this, start with a basic understanding of our world. Every compound you can name, no matter how scary, has a safe level. And every compound, no matter how natural, has a toxic level. A good example is plutonium, one of the most dangerous substances known. Suppose you heard on the news that plutonium was found in your drinking water at 10 times the normal level, even 100 times the normal level. Should you be concerned? Yes, we probably should address it. But would those levels put anyone's health at risk? Not even remotely. No matter how scary the media might try to make that sound, plutonium occurs naturally on Earth, and every person and animal that ever lived has an average of about 20 million plutonium atoms in their bone marrow, simply because we live on this planet. This most toxic of compounds has a normal, safe background level that is way, way below the level at which it becomes dangerous. This is what's so hard for many people to accept. You hear pesticides and you think, oh my gosh, there's no safe level of that. Not true. Anything can be diluted below hazardous levels, and the reverse is also true. Any compound can be concentrated above hazardous levels. You can die from drinking too much pure water. We call this water intoxication. And you can die from breathing too much pure oxygen. We call this oxygen toxicity. Everything can be a poison, like soybeans, and everything can be safe, like box jellyfish neurotoxin. The only thing that differentiates them is the dose. The bottom line is simple. Don't accept sensationalized news articles that only tell you how far above normal levels some toxin has been found. The only thing that matters is how that level compares to a safe level. I'm Brian Dunning, and this has been In Fact. In Fact is made possible by financial support from viewers like you. Please visit infactvideo.com.
Welcome to the Skeptics Track. Before we begin the talk, here's a word about this track and skepticism. First, if you're here right now, you may be a skeptic. Do you care about science and ways of finding out what is true and accurate? Do you think the world would be better if more people were scientifically and mathematically literate? Do ghosts, aliens, and cryptids fascinate you, but more like from a folklore point of view? Do you have an open mind, but not so open that your brains fall out? If so, you may be a skeptic. Do fake psychics and quacks selling phony medicine piss you off? Are you curious about why so many people fall for misinformation and conspiracy theories? Are you vaccinated because you care about public health? Have you ever started a reply on social media with the words, well, actually? If so, you may be a skeptic. If not, you still might be a future skeptic. We are a big tent of all sorts of experts and lay people alike who enjoy learning, helping our fellow humans, and yes, when necessary, debunking. If this appeals to you, check out more of the events on the Skeptics Track. Try out a skeptical podcast or two, or join a local skeptical organization where you live.
Are conspiracy theorists really as crazy as they sound? I'm Brian Dunning, and you're watching In Fact. Welcome to the show that gives you the real facts behind popular myths. Everywhere you turn these days, someone is promoting some wacky-sounding conspiracy theory. Everything from the old classics like the government shot John F. Kennedy and the government was in on 9/11 to the most far-out stories like Denver Airport is the secret headquarters of the Illuminati and world leaders are actually reptilian aliens wearing electronic disguises. And we'll always have the popular favorites. The medical industry conspires to keep us all sick, the food industry conspires to make us all fat, and the oil companies conspire to suppress new clean energy technologies. Conspiracy theories are so prevalent that I might have just made you mad by naming one you believe in. Why do so many people believe in some of the craziest conspiracies? Are these people all suffering from a delusional disorder? No. Belief in conspiracy theories, no matter how ridiculous they are, doesn't mean someone is crazy. All it means is that they're human, and their brain is doing exactly the job it evolved to do. The human brain evolved to keep itself alive to the best of its ability. Suppose something rustled in the tall grass. Some of our ancestors weren't too concerned and figured it was merely the wind, but others were more cautious and suspected a panther and jumped for the nearest tree. Over the eons and hundreds of thousands of generations, the nonchalant ancestors were wrong and got eaten just often enough that eventually most survivors were those who tended toward caution and even paranoia. In evolution, it pays to err on the side of caution. The brains most likely to survive were those who saw a panther in every breath of wind, an angry god in every storm cloud, a malevolent purpose in every piece of random noise. We are alive today as a race in part because our brains piece random events together into a pattern that adds up to a threat that may or may not be real. As a result, we're afraid of the dark, even though there's rarely a monster. Thunder frightens us, even though lightning is scarcely a credible threat. And we perceive the menace of evil conspiracies in everyday events. The question we have to answer is, can our intellect trump our animal instincts? Now, before you comment on this video to tell me that some fringe conspiracy is actually true, hear what I have to say about it. Come to Skeptoid.com and search for it. I'm Brian Dunning, and this has been In Fact. In Fact is made possible by financial support from viewers like you. Please visit infactvideo.com.
Can eating an alkaline diet help prevent cancer and other diseases? I'm Tamara Robertson, and you're hooked up to the feeding tube. Welcome to the show that serves up the real facts behind pop culture food myths. One of these is the alternative health belief that cancer and other diseases are caused by your body being too acidic, and that you can prevent them by eating a more alkaline diet. The pH scale measures the acidity of aqueous solutions like your body. It goes from 0 to 14. Pure water is neutral and has a pH of 7. Values less than 7 are acidic. Values greater than 7 are alkaline. Rain averages slightly acidic about 5.2. The ocean is slightly alkaline at 8.1. And the human body is right in between at 7.4. Here's the basic problem with the alkaline diet. Its fundamental assumption that you can change your body's pH level by changing what you eat violates everything we know about the chemistry of the body. Your body always stays at 7.4 because the enzymes that trigger virtually every chemical reaction in your body only work in a very narrow range. If your body actually became even slightly acidic or alkaline, you would die very quickly. Your body's main mechanism for regulating its pH level is your respiration. We exhale carbon dioxide, which comes into your lungs right from the blood. If your blood becomes even slightly acidic, you'll exhale more CO2. If it becomes alkaline, you'll exhale less. This is both rapid and effective. The slow metabolization of food can't compete with the respiratory system's fast and powerful response to changes in pH. Your kidneys handle the rest of it, removing acids or bases from your blood as needed. The pH of your urine can be all over the place, depending on what was removed from your blood. Urine is the only bodily fluid whose pH can change based on what you eat. Some marketers of alkaline diets take advantage of this by fooling customers into buying urine pH test kits, hoping to trick you into thinking your urine's pH reflects your body's pH. It doesn't. So what happens when you drink alkaline water or eat an alkaline diet? Nothing. Your stomach full of hydrochloric acid is extremely acidic. As soon as the food moves to your intestines, pancreatic secretions bring it back up to 7.4. All of this means the belief that an acidic body is the cause of cancer and other diseases is pure fiction. If anyone tells you that, don't listen to anything else they say. They need to revisit high school biology. I'm Tamara Robertson, and your feeding tube is out.
The Feeding Tube is made possible by charitable donations from viewers like you. Please visit feedingtube.tv to learn more.
Welcome to the Skeptics Track. Before we begin the talk, here's a word about this track and skepticism. First, if you're here right now, you may be a skeptic. Do you care about science and ways of finding out what is true and accurate? Do you think the world would be better if more people were scientifically and mathematically literate? Do ghosts, aliens, and cryptids fascinate you, but more like from a folklore point of view? Do you have an open mind, but not so open that your brains fall out? If so, you may be a skeptic. Do fake psychics and quacks selling phony medicine piss you off? Are you curious about why so many people fall for misinformation and conspiracy theories? Are you vaccinated because you care about public health? Have you ever started a reply on social media with the words, "Well, actually"? If so, you may be a skeptic. If not, you still might be a future skeptic. We are a big tent of all sorts of experts and lay people alike who enjoy learning, helping our fellow humans, and yes, when necessary, debunking. If this appeals to you, check out more of the events on the Skeptics Track. Try out a skeptical podcast or two, or join a local skeptical organization where you live.
Aspartame has been one of the most popular artificial sweeteners for decades, but now some people are starting to say it's poisonous. Is that really true? I'm Brian Dunning, and you're watching In Fact. Welcome to the show that gives you the real facts behind popular myths. Aspartame is an artificial sweetener. It's 200 times as sweet as sugar, so we only need to use a tiny amount of it in foods. Even though it has calories like sugar, we need so little of it that it's considered 0 calories. But all kinds of urban legends surround it. If you listen to them all, you'd think aspartame was the worst product ever. Let's take a look at some of these. It causes methanol toxicity. When you digest it, aspartame does release a bit of methanol, but so do a lot of foods, like fruit, for example. When you drink tomato juice, it releases 4 times as much methanol as does the aspartame from a diet soda. I wouldn't worry too much about it. It turns into formaldehyde in your body. This is true, since formaldehyde is one of the byproducts of digestion. This happens when you eat almost anything. Although the word formaldehyde sounds scary and shocking, it's a perfectly natural compound found in our bodies and has been for as long as people have been eating fruits and vegetables. It causes multiple sclerosis. Only according to anti-aspartame activists, this goes back to a 1995 anonymous hoax email that's been circulating ever since, which claimed the Multiple Sclerosis Foundation was suing the Food and Drug Administration. Finally, the foundation had to put a notice on their website debunking this. The MSF neither condemns nor endorses aspartame and has never filed suit against the FDA. Donald Rumsfeld was the CEO when it was approved. Therefore, it's poisonous. He was indeed the CEO of Searle, the company that invented it. But this is a giant non sequitur. To assess the safety of a product, we don't ask who was the CEO and who were his cronies. We ask, what are the test results? So far, no tests have ever shown aspartame to be harmful. Except to one small group of people, those who have phenylketonuria. About 1 in 15,000 people have a rare genetic disorder and can't metabolize phenylalanine, an amino acid found in aspartame and a lot of other foods, including milk, so they have to avoid all of them. Of course, no product can be proven to be 100% safe, but decades of testing and retesting of aspartame have failed to produce any evidence of health risks from aspartame. So drink up. I'm Brian Dunning, and this has been In Fact. In Fact is made possible by financial support from viewers like you. Please visit infactvideo.com. Anyone ever tell you that a shot of wheatgrass juice is nature's superfood? I'm Brian Dunning, and you're watching In Fact. Welcome to the show that gives you the real facts behind popular myths. If your neighborhood is like mine, somebody's making a mint, blending up grass and selling it for top-shelf liquor prices to health-obsessed suckers, telling them that it has all sorts of too-good-to-be-true health benefits. Most claims about wheatgrass juice are vague and medically meaningless, like it detoxifies the body, without happening to mention what these toxins might be, or it builds the blood. It's also claimed that wheatgrass juice is a great source of vitamins and minerals. Really? You'd think nature's superfood would deliver at least as many vitamins as, say, a single 5-cent Flintstones vitamin pill? Let's have a look. 1 Flintstones vitamin. Pretty good. 100% of the recommended daily allowance of most nutrients. 1 shot of wheatgrass juice. Not so good. Nearly all zeros. Still think it's worth several dollars a shot? But it doesn't matter. The very idea of superfoods doesn't give our amazing human bodies any of the credit they deserve. All we need are the raw ingredients that come from any balanced diet. Our digestive system breaks down whatever we eat into its most basic amino acids, and our body constructs nearly everything it needs from those. It's an incredible process, and it's 100 times as amazing as the silly, scientific-sounding claims made up to sell you something. It's also claimed that wheatgrass juice is a great source of oxygen. And of course, your body needs oxygen. But guess what? Your body already has a way to get its oxygen. Can you guess what that is? Wow, amazing how that works. Your body doesn't get its oxygen from what you eat. I even read an advertisement that the magnesium in chlorophyll builds enzymes that restore your sex hormones. Well, while it's true that magnesium is a factor in some enzymatic processes, like forming bones, chlorophyll is not an especially good source of magnesium. Nor do our bodies use enzymes that we eat. They get broken down and our bodies construct those that we need. If you want vitamins, take a vitamin pill. If you want oxygen, take a breath. If you want sex hormones, go on a date. But always be wary of claims based on the idea that your body needs any super special, magical, expensive products, no matter how trendy they are. Eat a balanced diet and exercise, and you'll be just fine. I'm Brian Dunning, and this has been In Fact. In Fact is made possible by financial support from viewers like you. Please visit infactvideo.com.
Welcome to the Skeptics Track. Before we begin the talk, here's a word about this track and skepticism. First, if you're here right now, you may be a skeptic. Do you care about science and ways of finding out what is true and accurate? Do you think the world would be better if more people were scientifically and mathematically literate? Do ghosts, aliens, and cryptids fascinate you, but more like from a folklore point of view? Do you have an open mind, but not so open that your brains fall out? If so, you may be a skeptic. Do fake psychics and quacks selling phony medicine piss you off? Are you curious about why so many people fall for misinformation and conspiracy theories? Are you vaccinated because you care about public health? Have you ever started a reply on social media with the words, "Well, actually"? If so, you may be a skeptic. If not, you still might be a future skeptic. We are a big tent of all sorts of experts and lay people alike who enjoy learning, helping our fellow humans, and yes, when necessary, debunking. If this appeals to you, check out more of the events on the Skeptics Track. Try out a skeptical podcast or two, or join a local skeptical organization where you live.
Hello, thank you so much for joining us here on the Skeptic Track for DragonCon 2025. Dana Bevan has been with us for years. We just love hearing her speak. She always has the most up-to-date information. Please welcome Dana Bevans.
Thank you. Thank you. Got the right level now? Okay. Yeah, I'm glad to be here. I was also glad to participate in the parade. This is was my first parade. And I represented Lynn Conway, who's a trans woman who invented that's not too far from a stretch, invented the modern computer, and is not, the Conway effect is named in honor, she named it, but the Conway effect means that the people who contribute most to scientific advances very seldom get the credit, and she is one of them. So I'm going to give you an update on transgender science. There are a lot of issues out there. I don't want to refute some of the things because we've talked about the familiarity backfire effect, wherein if I name the thing I'm trying to refute, that's what you'll remember and not the evidence against it. So I'm just going to present the evidence that's relevant, and when you hear an argument, maybe you can recall that. Let's see, I did go to college and graduate school. I hated every minute of both of them. And so I'm an independent scientist, but I'm a physiological psychologist or biopsychologist, meaning that I try to understand how the brain creates behavior and nervous system as well. So my mother taught me not to talk about sex in polite company, but science is an exception where we get to talk about sex. And sex turns out to be important this year because both in the US and the UK, sex is being used to disenfranchise and take away transgender rights, both because of politicization and ignorance. And here we know about these executive orders. In Britain, there was a Supreme Court case that essentially had the same effect. The British Medical Association, after that Supreme Court case, said that the Supreme Court was biologically illiterate and didn't know what they were talking about when they tried to define sex. So we'll try to give you the various definitions of sex, and in the end, I'll give you my opinion about why we don't need one. So I'm going to talk about these definitions are at the core of what's been going on in the last year. I have been talking about why people are transgender, what the evidence is, and I'm also going to, for a few things, I'm going to try to skirt the backfire effect by talking about factors that people suggest in the news which aren't supported. And then a little bit about trans kids, which the transgender children bear the brunt of this turmoil that's been going on in the last year. And so I'm going to try to tell you about what's real there. Okay, science of sex categorization. In most places and most times, sex is categorized by how your outside body looks at the time of birth, either by a doctor or a midwife. But there are differences that there are people in between that, so-called intersex people or differences in sexual development. This is customarily taken to reflect fertility down the line, not at birth, but later on. But as you can see, the statistics there are a lot of people who are infertile. So it's not necessarily a reliable indicator of fertility. So going on to other kinds of categorization, all the Olympics and the World Athletics have all tried these, and some more. And so it's their history as well as the political history. Let's see, chromosomes. Everybody learned about X and Y chromosomes, and what the Y chromosome creates the masculine or the male sex. That's not really true. I mean, it's generally true, but there are differences that there are XXX and YYY and XYYY. There's a whole sequence of things that prove that that's not totally reliable. And the recipe for sex is for external organs isn't in the X and Y chromosome anywhere. It's in the other 44 chromosomes. So there's a gene network which was discovered last year, was explored. About 5,000 of the 100,000 genes that are correlated with creating sex. We don't really know that much about it because it's new data. We do know that genes jump around between chromosomes, and that becomes relevant to current World Athletics definition of sex. So genes, let's say, it should be said that most traits are a combination of multiple genes. They first thought that everybody learned about Mendel and his peas, his different color peas. It turns out that that only applies to peas. And what really goes on is that there are networks of genes that interact to create various traits. Hormones, the Olympics have always been good on hormones. They've been trying to, of late, over the last few years, to classify women as those who have lower testosterone. And indeed, there's a person there called, oh, you can't see her. Can you move me over? At any rate, there she is. Caster Semenya, who would be the world's fastest woman, except that they won't let her race because she has naturally high testosterone levels. But recently, in the last couple of months, she won a court case, and so that criteria may go away. But as we'll see later, the World Athletics has now changed their course, so she still can't compete. We'll talk a little bit more about that later. Gametes. Gametes are sperm and ova that combine at conception to start the fetus. And their size is now a determinant of sex categorization by fiat. The biologists like gametes because they can, for infrahuman subjects, infrahuman animals, but really doesn't apply to humans, as we'll see. And then the last thing was the most recent, which is actually takes effect today, is World Athletics is defining a woman as being a person who does not have a particular gene, the SRY gene. I'll talk more about that in a bit. This is an effort to keep Caster Semenya and other people from participating. A little more on gametes. You've seen those pictures before. But the current U.S. policy is that the size of gametes at birth, actually at conception, determines sex. And that's just peculiar because no one has those cells at the time of conception. They don't take effect until teenage years and puberty. And so everyone at conception is technically a female because that's I don't want to say it's the default situation, but the SRY gene, the cascade of genes and hormones that make people male, hasn't yet taken effect and won't take effect for several weeks. And so what we're left with is the people who are advocating this U.S. policy they're really going back to the inspection at birth criterion because they're using birth certificates as being the criteria. But it eliminates a whole bunch of people, including trans people, and not just trans people, but cisgender people as well. And then finally, the SRY gene is, as you can see here, it's on the end of the Y chromosome typically, but it also jumps around. It has been seen on the first chromosome, the third chromosome, and even the X chromosome, and probably others. That should not be surprising because Barbara McClintock got a Nobel Prize back a few years ago showing that genes do jump between chromosomes. They have no allegiance, although so for any particular gene, if you're looking for it on a particular chromosome where you expect it to be, it's only there about 65% of the time. So a third of the time, it's somewhere else. At any rate, so they now define that the presence of the SRY gene as being masculine male. And the author of that, the scientist, Andrew Sinclair, rejects that use of that for categorizing athletes. It was tried back here in the Olympics in 1996, and they decided it was a failure, and they didn't go on to use it in the 2000. But the World Athletics is now going to that in spite of the failure. And so the SRI is just the beginning of the male cascade. There are a lot of people who have SRI genes but don't develop male traits because of various chemical situations. You know that about half of your genes were considered to be junk a few years ago, and now we know that some of them can interfere or enhance the effects of the other genes, and that's the case here. So he has come out strongly against using of that, but it takes effect today. So the World Athletics competitions, which will start, I guess, the end of this month, Castor will probably be texted. Oh yeah, there's also the business of, in her court case, it was leaked that she may have an SRY gene. So, of course, World Athletics did a quick flip-flop to keep her from competing. And that's Andrew Sinclair up in the right-hand corner. So my view is, do we really need sex categorization at all? I mean, we've discussed all the possible, there are probably a few more, but most of the sex categorization approaches, medical authorities look through that in terms of diagnosis of various genetic and other ailments. And they can understand all that, but politicians either don't want to or refused. And in the case of the British, their Supreme Court don't want to understand that. So we now have alternatives to that. My first driver's license did not have a picture. That's dating myself, I guess. So it had sex on there, but it was used as identification to confirm your identity. But we don't need that anymore. We have photographs, we have imagery, we have biometrics technology that is used and can be used to identify people. So we don't really need to categorize them into sex categories. And I've talked about this last year. We have government-sanctioned athletics monopolies that start really at the 9-year-old level and go up through, well, whenever NFL players retire, 45 or whatever, that control athletics, and they make lots of money doing that, as well as controlling who gets to participate. So if the government's going to allow those government-sanctioned monopolies, maybe they should get those monopolies to kick in some money to actually understand what categories of competition should be used. We have weight classes in some sports, and boxing and wrestling and so forth. We have other traits that allow for fair competition other than the arbitrary and sometimes capricious sex classification. And there was a recent paper about hurdlers, and it turns out that you can't really compete or be a hurdler if your legs aren't long enough. So maybe that's another way to classify athletes to make competition fair. But they ought to be exploring that rather than indulging in sex classification. That's my humble opinion. Okay, gender. Gender is not sex. Gender is behavior. The idea of gender, the concept was invented by John Money, and his problem was he had infants who had ambiguous genitalia at birth, and he had to advise parents how to raise the children, and so they, which is a problem. So he invented the term gender that they should try to raise them in a particular way that reinforce particular behaviors. Now, culture has its own evolved idea about gender. Of all the many behaviors one might do, it has classified those are gender and not gender. And in general, they try to cluster them in terms of masculine and feminine, man and woman, boy and girl. But those are man-made, those are human-made, I guess it's politically correct. That those are human-made, and nature doesn't have to adhere to those. Western culture has two genders, is inflexible, but as we'll see, there are other cultures that have different systems. Transgender people are caught in the middle because they have a genetic predisposition for certain gender behaviors, but they conflict with the gender that they were assigned at birth by virtue of their sex. And as we've seen, sex is somewhat arbitrary. Gender predisposition and behaviors are just as biological as sex. We keep hearing about natural or biological men and biological women. That doesn't make any sense at all, because everybody is biological for openers. We know that there's a gene pattern that causes gender predisposition. I think I just briefed in the next one. Really, gender is, or being transgender is not a disease, a disorder, or a mental illness. It was, for a while, it was categorized that way, and the medical people thought that that would offer some protection against cultural discrimination. But right now, except for the US and UK, the rest of the world doesn't regard it as, doesn't classify it as a disorder. The term is gender incongruence, and it has the same status in the classification for payment of insurance claims and for medical records. It's in the same category as prenatal care and pregnancy. It's regarded as being a natural medical, potentially medical issue. So whether the shrinks and the doctors may put down gender dysphoria or a gender identity disorder or whatever they put down on their piece of paper, but the computer systems actually convert that to gender incongruence, because that's the international standard of what transgender people are. So I started out in 2004 when I was trying to figure out whether to transition, and I came up with a list of about 23 possible causation factors for being transgender. Essentially, I wanted, as not to presage or preview the next presentation, but I wanted to find out whether being transgender was real or not. So I looked at, because this is my area of expertise, I guess. So I eliminated all but 5, and I'll talk to you about them now. First of all, there's a genetic gender behavior predisposition, but that doesn't always get expressed in terms of a trait. You may have that predisposition, but not turn out to be transgender. You have to, one of the factors, of course, is the culture you live in, which you have no control over, nor do you have control over your gender behavior predisposition. You do need to learn about gender learning, and trans people in particular are expert at that at an early age. And then you can ignore that predisposition for a long time and not decide to do transgender behaviors, but it eats at you, and it makes it very unpleasant to live. So here's some data on genetic predisposition. As I said, about half your genes were originally talked about as being junk, the other half as being coding DNA genes. But there have been a number of studies, and I've summarized them in my 2011 book. So they've been around for a long time. So if you have an identical twin, if one is transgender, then the other one will be transgender about half the time. And those studies also account for family influences to the best they can. But the important thing is, one of the important things is that when they're born, they both have the same sex assigned at birth, which means that sex and gender are not the same thing. They're dissociated. And back in 2019, down here at the Medical College of Georgia, that's pronounced Tyson, found that they did a study where they had transgender people and non-transgender people, and they did their genomes, their full genomes, and found that there were about 400 genes that, just like the network of sex genes, that there's a gender set of genes that network to make you transgender. We also know that it runs in families. So I'm becoming a genealogist by force. I have my Ancestry.com membership, and I'm doing the best I can. But so it does run in families, and but there are other correlates of other than the behavior. Well, I guess handedness is a behavior. Transgender people, both male and female at birth, types tend to be less right-handed. That is, they're not necessarily left-handed, but they do more things with their left hand than other people do. So, like, I throw right, baseball, football, and I bat left. So that counts a point towards handedness towards the left side. But that we know that handedness is genetic, has a genetic component. There are lots of neuroanatomical studies that people talk about as being different parts of the brain that are more masculine and more feminine, and the transgender people tend to be, the structures tend to be structured in a way that is compatible with that. And so you see here is Brene Richards. I used to have Bruce, what's his name? Anyway, I used to have other athletes on there, but you can see she's left-handed. I did not reverse the picture. Bruce Jenner. But there are pictures of him in the decathlon, and sometimes the press actually reverses them so that he doesn't look like he's left-handed. But there are, as I said, half the genes are junk genes, but they're not anymore. They're starting to learn that they modulate how the other genes are expressed. And so those genes are involved with whether you become trans or not. But identical twins tend to resemble each other, but they're not actually identical, as you can see there. That they have some differences in appearance. Some are minor, like the twins on the left, and some are quite major, as the twins on the right. But they are identical. But there's no facilitation by epigenetics that we know of, either by chemical means or by hormones or what have you. Cultural factor, we have 2 genders. Other cultures have 3 to 5. The 5 people are the Bugis, up in the upper, the Buginese, they're called, in Indonesia. And they have 5 genders, 2 of which are based on male at birth and 2 at female at birth. And the one in the middle is elected and is a spiritual leader, which is kind of awkward because they're Muslims. But they do have a treaty between the Buginese and the Muslim clerics that allows for counseling by these spiritual leaders. So that's that's the fifth one. There are a lot of third and fourth gender. I'll show you them in a minute. One of the third genders are every once in a while makes the papers or magazines, and they're the Muxi down in lower Mexico, as far as you can go. They have a traditional third gender category of their local people. They hesitate to call them Indians, but it's the Zapotec Indian tribe. And they have a peculiar thing too, and that is the Catholic Church celebrates the Muxi once a year, and they have a special mass and a festival and so on. I guess it hasn't gotten back to the clerics in Rome yet. So I'll just flash this up. I won't brief this, but a lot of the Plains Indians had 3 or 4 gender categories, and of course there are some out in the Pacific. Some of them have been erased by either nuclear tests. So for example, the Mahu had to move to Hawaii because that's the third from the bottom, because of tests, but also missionaries interrupted these cultures, so they no longer exist. Enough about that. In order to be transgender, you have to know something about gender. And children surprisingly know a lot about gender, maybe not surprisingly, by the age of 2 to 3. I mean, their parents are constantly telling them who's a boy and who's a girl and who's a man and who's a woman, and pointing out all their characteristics. And the kids also just see their behaviors, that they're different. So things like colors are arbitrary. Pink and blue now is feminine and masculine, but back in the 1800s it was just reversed. Somewhere in between, the merchandisers changed them back in the 30s, using a lot of magazine articles. So pink and blue have no intrinsic association with gender or sex, but we just have learned that. Let's see. Okay, so people start realizing they're transgender. I know I did actually I have a picture which I may show you later, when I was 4 and a half, because it was Christmas time and I knew that I was a girl and not a boy. The word transgender hadn't been invented yet, which again ages me. So you start to realize that, and for a long time I didn't do much about it because of cultural condemnation. My mother told me that they would put me in the loony bin, which was probably true back then. And it was only the mainstay of loony determination, which was the Vineland Training School, was 12 miles from my house. To reinforce that, the woman across the street, who was a couple years older than I was, went to the Vineland Training School and never came back. So I was scared. And so I knew at that early age, and a lot of kids do too. Some today are just now starting to realize it a bit later, say 8 or 10. But it's still within the range of what we know about. And they're not the studies by Christina Olson. She's at Princeton now, and she's done lots of studies showing that trans kids are not confused about their gender. You'll often hear, oh, I don't want to violate the familiarity backfire rules, but you'll often hear that people are told that transgender people are confused about their gender, and that's absolutely not true. they know better about gender than maybe than cisgender people. Cisgender people meaning cis is Greek for straight, I think. So they're not confused about gender categories, even from an early age. I know I wasn't, because I had to pretend to be a boy. So I learned how to be a boy, but I knew that I wanted to behave like a girl. So, as I said before, you can live with being transgender for a long time, depending on how intense it is for you. And some people can't stand that and commit suicide. About 40% of trans people attempt suicide. There aren't any good statistics on who succeeds. And that's transmitted down to kids. About 25% of trans kids or early adults are the ones that most likely attempt suicide. So it's very stressful, but nevertheless, some people decide they're going to do something about that and try to fit into the gender that they feel more comfortable with. So we have a subconscious mind, if you will. We have the basic animal, infrahuman animal subconscious with some modifications. And that's where our predispositions lie. But we also have conscious faculty that's verbal that can try to convince that animal part of our brains to how to behave. And so we succeed with that to some extent, but eventually it becomes irresistible that one has to change. Okay, and a couple, again, trying to avoid the backfire situation. You've seen these in the papers all the time. Politicians calling transgender people just confused, and that's not true. I just explained that. There's a new phenomenon in the last few years called rapid onset gender dysphoria, or ROGD, in which essentially tries to explain transgender as being a fad in teenagers, particularly teenage girls. And I'll have more to say about that when I get to trans kids, but that's based on a study where they had a website that parents, ostensibly parents of trans kids, could provide information on their children, which led to the notion that it was a fad, that it was just that was enhanced by other children. Now, it is true that transgender children and transgender people try to find out about being transgender from other people, but there's no evidence that it actually causes you to be transgender. But they ignore that, of course. These are coming from the Freudians, and I'm going to talk more about them in the next factor. But essentially what they're trying to show is that this is all due to trauma. And again, there's no reason to believe that. Then there's this big, I think it's Greek, word called autogynephilia. You'll see that in there. These are Freudians, and so everything is sex to them, and fetishism. And in their core beliefs, they believe that transgender people just do it for cheap thrills, I guess. The headquarters from that is the University of Toronto, and Kurt Freund and several members up there. They are often quoted and cited by anti-trans people in court cases. They keep saying that transgender, the wanting to be transgender will go away with time, and you just leave people alone and they won't do it. The problem with several problems with autogynephilia. One, it's supposed to be love of oneself as a woman, so it only applies to people assigned male at birth. The problem with that is that if you look in the literature, there are at least 6 different definitions, some of which are fetishist and some of which are not. So it's hard to know what they're talking about. But it's clear that a lot of them are fetishist oriented. They have and the one thing they hang their hat on is an autogynephilia scale, where it's a behavioral checklist of things. And that's not grounded on anything. It only has what they call face validity, what they think it ought to be. But it's not been proven scientifically to be useful. So they actually gave it to, there were some people who were ornery, I guess, and gave that scale to women. And it turns out that, yeah, they also like being a woman. And the scale, results would indicate that they like being a woman. But there are people out there who are Freudians who, Freud is not dead yet. Anyway, who turn everything towards sex. And then there are several drugs as well as testosterone that have been blamed for, in prenatal exposure, blamed for turning people transgender. And now that autism is starting to rear its ugly head, and you will hear more about that this fall because HHS has solved the riddle of what makes people autistic. And one of the explanations for autism is that the kids have too much testosterone during prenatal times and through their mother. And that there are investigators in Britain who also claim that autism is correlated with being transgender. Well, it may be true because autistic people are insensitive or less sensitive about what other people think. And so they may be more likely to, if they are trans, they may be more likely to say so. And that's about it. But the evidence for that is there's a autism scale for screening autistic people who may be autistic, and there's a transgender scale, neither of which have been investigated to the point where you can say they're certified, and people have been running around doing administering those scales to anybody who looks transgender or autistic. But they have no basis from a science point of view. So you'll hear more about that, and it may be that the HHS will tie autism to being trans or vice versa. But there's no reason to believe that. If you look at the radical cases of males, let's say females who are exposed to high levels of testosterone from birth, there are a couple syndromes in which that occurs. They are not trans. And there are also males at birth who have low testosterone, and they're not trans either. So those natural experiments refute that notion. Okay, so what about trans kids? That's where the point of the spear is right now, at least in the US and the UK. So before, say, 1995, there were no treatments for trans kids. Oh, there was one on the books in the listing of disorders, but it wasn't used for trans kids. It was used for homosexual boys, almost exclusively. Now you say, well, homosexuality was deemed not to be a disorder in 1978. Well, they continued to treat homosexual kids from 1978 on, and still are in some cases, because if you can show that you can cure homosexuality, you can win the Nobel Prize, essentially. But so these people continued on to use the transgender category for these kids who were mostly males. They were boisterous and they were sexy. They wanted to show off their sex, and they were sexually aggressive and so on, and the parents wanted the shrinks to do something about that, which they couldn't do. But in any case, so trans kids had no treatment. But the Dutch started in the mid-90s, started to realize that 25% of trans people were trying to commit suicide, and a lot were succeeding. So they revised the codes, the diagnostic codes, or they made the way to say it is that they invented their own, that the transgender kids, to be diagnosed being transgender, had to be persistent, insistent, and consistent in their behavior and expressions of being trans. And those are the ones who are cited as getting gender-affirming care. You don't get into that unless you have those stringent criteria. So the Dutch started to treat people, treat children, some of which are now middle-aged and with no apparent effects. They seem to have adapted well. But there's a series of optional things one can do with parental permission and informed consent. Things like, well, just changing how you dress, which is a social transition. And that's totally reversible. The big issue has been recently has been puberty blockers. And the Dutch protocol says that those have to end at 16. They can only, the purpose of those is to delay puberty to the point where children know more firmly what gender they want to pursue. And there have been some catcalls about whether they have effects or not. And all that was under investigation by people like Joanne Olson, who was at who still is probably at the UCLA Children's Hospital, but they've stopped treating trans kids as of 2 weeks ago. So we may not know about whether those ill effects that have been described. We may not get evidence on that. And then sex hormone therapy at 16. They don't want to continue puberty blockers beyond 16. But if you stop the puberty blockers, you will essentially go into the puberty that you were programmed at birth. And then almost no one gets operated on medically until they're 18 or older, although the press would have you believe that you go to school and you come back having been operated on. But that's not what people do. And there have been beneficial effects that have been proven. Of course, the kids feel better. They're doing something about their transgender predisposition. And it's reduced some suicidal rate thinking, as well as just in general making the parents who are concerned about them committing suicide, making them feeling better. There is a low rate of reversion, but the press would have that in the 70s%, but it's really less than 1%, probably a tenth of 1%. But of course, there's some high visibility people who have reverted. And the whole program is structured so that if you don't want to pursue that, there's no harm to say you tried social transition and you don't want to go further, that's fine. That doesn't count against you. There's no pressure to go do all these things. Okay, so in the U.S., through state and federal laws, they are rapidly discontinuing transgender kids treatment. In the UK, it's happened as well. The bad thing about in the UK is you can get transgender kids treatment, but you have to participate in a clinical trial. You have to participate in a clinical trial. Well, that has been deemed to be unethical by both European, world, and U.S. Research ethics principles. But in continental Europe and rest of the Europe, transgender affirming care for trans kids is going on. Okay, so just a couple more things. There I am with my pink balloon. That was the first book I wrote, and then these are the other books that I've written about science of transgender people. Some cautions or some help. People always come up and after this who have trans kids who want to know where they can get help. There is a suicide hotline for the Trevor Project. The federal funding has been cut off for that. However, they're trying to continue that as much as they can. The Canadians now have a suicide hotline for transgender people, transgender kids. That the one means it's a U.S. exchange. So the Canadians are offering us people in the United States, they're being charitable to provide that as well. The state of Illinois will soon have a hotline for transgender and LGBT, excuse me, legal hotline of where you can get help from various legal agencies. And of course, there's PFLAG. And PFLAG used to be for parents of lesbian and gay kids. There are some lesbian gay kids still in PFLAG, but it's almost largely transgender kids now. And that's where you can go to get support and information. And I am a certified PFLAG interlocutor for support groups, although I'm not a clinician. So, and then also shown there are my books. The most recent one's Transgender Health and Medicine, where I describe a lot of what I described here today. If you need more, why, there's my email address, Dana Bevan at Earthlink. That also dates me, right? at earthlink.net. So thank you for listening, and if you have questions.
I still have AOL, so I'm with you. So can you talk about the first time you saw yourself like it represented in some media character, like a transgender character that was the first time that you noticed that they were transgender? Sorry, I'm tired. I can't think anymore. But can you talk about the first time you saw a transgender character, and did that speak to you? Did that?
The first transgender woman I saw was Christine Jorgensen. And most people probably don't know who she was, but she was a soldier that came out of World War II. And she had joint Danish and U.S. Statehood. What do you call it? Citizenship. Thank you. And she became an entertainer after World War II. She went to Denmark and got her hormones and her operations done, and she was the belle of the ball in the mid-50s. Well, the first time I saw her, of course, I didn't see her alive, but she was in these big magazines, Life and Look, and which also dates me. And I lived out in the boondocks of New Jersey, and but people would charitably would give us magazines to read. And so that was the first person I saw who was trans. And so I went to my mother and said, well, what gives? Why can't I do that? And she said, well, maybe when you're older, just for now, just hide out, and maybe you can do that when you're older. So that was the first trans person I saw.
What about in fiction or in pop culture? Like fiction, not someone who was real.
I'm trying to think. I don't read much fiction.
Well, that's fair. So, is there anyone that you have seen in particular that you think is a very good representation in a fictitious sort of setting?
Well, in a writing setting, there's a person who recently died named Jan Morris, who was a writer, and she was in England and wanted to transition, so she went to Morocco and had her hormones and medical treatment. When she came back, the Brits, even then, were prejudiced. When she came back, they said, well, you can no longer be married. And at the time, she was married and had 2 children. And so they said, you have to be divorced. So she got a divorce, but when they opened it up to same-sex civil unions, they got remarried after 60 years of living together with their 2 kids. And so the first, I remember that the opening of one of her books had her underneath a piano where she was thinking about her transgenderness as a young kid. So that's some of my remembrances.
One more question.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to ask a question.
No. 1 minute, 1 question.
Oh, I don't know, just more of a, looking for expansion on things. First of all, thank you so much for being here and being in the parade with us, and that was really awesome. I'm learning names like Lynn Conway that I didn't know before, and grr, stupid public school system, why don't I know that? But also just really interesting on some of the biology behind it. I'm about to move from very blue Silicon Valley to a very red town in rural Nevada. And I'm already getting my t-shirt collection of things that identify me as just because I'm white and live in the boondocks, don't think that I'm that. There are no red ball caps in my wardrobe, but So how to approach that? Like it's got me thinking a lot more about, I'm not just going to wear a T-shirt that says F Trump because that doesn't accomplish anything. It's just confrontational. These are also my neighbors that I need to, get along with and have them not throw things through my window. And so ways to communicate, and I'm especially interested in the biology of transgenderism, but ways to communicate and engage with people that, words that, that's not confrontational, that meets them on their level.
Okay. My take on that is that first you have to get over your trepidation, fear of dealing with people at that level. When you actually interact with people at, you say you go to a state where transgender people can't go to the bathroom, like Florida or whatever. The business people don't like that, and the people who have trans kids or are related to trans kids, they don't like that. But more than that, people really are, if you meet them on their own level, you can be an ambassador of goodwill towards LGBT and trans people. I really believe that. I think that the populace turn votes, but basically people tend to be decent. But you got to be careful, of course. So trust them, at least to come from a position of trust, and if they violate that, then then you got to do something about it.
Mm-hmm. Well, and I think we can address that question actually more on the next panel as well. So thank you so much to Dr. Bevins for joining us again. We always love hearing her talks.
Thank you.
They're always so informative and so well researched. Thank you very much. I will give you about 10 seconds for another shameless plug. You had an excellent slide. I've read your Transgender Health and Medicine book. Thank you very much. She sent me that, and it has taught me a lot. Shameless plugs, 5 seconds. Repeat your email address, your
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Dana Bevan at earthlink.net. Most recent, I wrote a book, I wrote a hardcore transgender book on science, transsexualism, and transgenderism. That was before you weren't allowed to use the word transsexualism. And then my publishers came back and said, well, we really need something for trans people that's less scientific. So I wrote Being Transgender. And now I've discovered that medical students only get a maximum of 4 hours on LGBT issues. And transgender issues may be a fourth of that. I don't know, but so I really wrote that for medical, for doctors and nurses and what have you.
Yeah, well, thank you very much for being here. We'll see y'all in half an hour.
Welcome to the Skeptics Track. Before we begin the talk, here's a word about this track and skepticism. First, if you're here right now, you may be a skeptic. Do you care about science and ways of finding out what is true and accurate? Do you think the world would be better if more people were scientifically and mathematically literate? Do ghosts, aliens, and cryptids fascinate you, but more like from a folklore point of view? Do you have an open mind, but not so open that your brains fall out? If so, you may be a skeptic. Do fake psychics and quacks selling phony medicine piss you off? Are you curious about why so many people fall for misinformation and conspiracy theories? Are you vaccinated because you care about public health? Have you ever started a reply on social media with the words, "Well, actually"? If so, you may be a skeptic. If not, you still might be a future skeptic. We are a big tent of all sorts of experts and lay people alike who enjoy learning, helping our fellow humans, and yes, when necessary, debunking. If this appeals to you, check out more of the events on the Skeptics Track. Try out a skeptical podcast or two, or join a local skeptical organization where you live.
Aspartame has been one of the most popular artificial sweeteners for decades, but now some people are starting to say it's poisonous. Is that really true? I'm Brian Dunning, and you're watching In Fact. Welcome to the show that gives you the real facts behind popular myths. Aspartame is an artificial sweetener. It's 200 times as sweet as sugar, so we only need to use a tiny amount of it in foods. Even though it has calories like sugar, we need so little of it that it's considered 0 calories. But all kinds of urban legends surround it. If you listen to them all, you'd think aspartame was the worst product ever. Let's take a look at some of these. It causes methanol toxicity. When you digest it, aspartame does release a bit of methanol, but so do a lot of foods, like fruit, for example. When you drink tomato juice, it releases 4 times as much methanol as does the aspartame from a diet soda. I wouldn't worry too much about it. It turns into formaldehyde in your body. This is true, since formaldehyde is one of the byproducts of digestion. This happens when you eat almost anything. Although the word formaldehyde sounds scary and shocking, it's a perfectly natural compound found in our bodies and has been for as long as people have been eating fruits and vegetables. It causes multiple sclerosis. Only according to anti-aspartame activists, this goes back to a 1995 anonymous hoax email that's been circulating ever since, which claimed the Multiple Sclerosis Foundation was suing the Food and Drug Administration. Finally, the foundation had to put a notice on their website debunking this. The MSF neither condemns nor endorses aspartame and has never filed suit against the FDA. Donald Rumsfeld was the CEO when it was approved. Therefore, it's poisonous. He was indeed the CEO of Searle, the company that invented it. But this is a giant non sequitur. To assess the safety of a product, we don't ask who was the CEO and who were his cronies. We ask, what are the test results? So far, no tests have ever shown aspartame to be harmful. Except to one small group of people, those who have phenylketonuria. About 1 in 15,000 people have a rare genetic disorder and can't metabolize phenylalanine, an amino acid found in aspartame and a lot of other foods, including milk, so they have to avoid all of them. Of course, no product can be proven to be 100% safe, but decades of testing and retesting of aspartame have failed to produce any evidence of health risks from aspartame. So drink up. I'm Brian Dunning, and this has been In Fact. In Fact is made possible by financial support from viewers like you. Please visit infactvideo.com.
So he's done brilliantly. Play on, says the referee. Oh, it's going to be a penalty kick for the Italians.
What an idiot! He should get his eyes checked. He's been bribed. He's been bought by the mafia. In sports, as in life, it's easy to get emotionally involved. But sadly, the Bad News Corp have taken things too far. Staff watching the game resorted to name-calling, accusations of bribery, and made jokes about the ref's heritage. This is a manipulation tactic known as an ad hominem attack, which means against the person in Latin. The reason that we refer to this tactic by its Latin name is probably because even as far back as ancient Rome, people were aware that attacking the questioner rather than the argument is unfair. Sometimes, of course, it is relevant to note someone's past experiences. Like imagine a tobacco company putting out a study saying that smoking can't cause you harm. Should we question the character and motive here? I think so. But instead of attributing blame in such a deserved way, sadly, ad hominem attacks are commonly used to draw attention away from the issue at hand and manipulate your impression of the person instead.
I can't believe what I'm hearing. Well, then you better turn up your hearing aid, Pops. Pops? I'm only 2 years older than you. Do we want old man Patterson here with his finger on the button? What button? What the hell are you talking about? What button? Where am I? Who took my false teeth?
You'll be surprised how often people attack a person or group rather than the argument itself. Truth Labs. Just because they get personal doesn't mean you have to.
Welcome to the Skeptics Track. Before we begin the talk, here's a word about this track and skepticism. First, if you're here right now, you may be a skeptic. Do you care about science and ways of finding out what is true and accurate? Do you think the world would be better if more people were scientifically and mathematically literate? Do ghosts, aliens, and cryptids fascinate you, but more like from a folklore point of view? Do you have an open mind, but not so open that your brains fall out? If so, you may be a skeptic. Do fake psychics and quacks selling phony medicine piss you off? Are you curious about why so many people fall for misinformation and conspiracy theories? Are you vaccinated because you care about public health? Have you ever started a reply on social media with the words, "Well, actually"? If so, you may be a skeptic. If not, you still might be a future skeptic. We are a big tent of all sorts of experts and lay people alike who enjoy learning, helping our fellow humans, and yes, when necessary, debunking. If this appeals to you, check out more of the events on the Skeptics Track. Try out a skeptical podcast or two, or join a local skeptical organization where you live.
The next generation nuclear reactors on today's drawing boards are radically different from the ones you're familiar with, and they're absolutely essential if we want any hope of limiting global warming. I'm Brian Dunning, and you're watching In Fact. Welcome to the show that brings you the real facts behind popular myths. Thorium-powered nuclear reactors are all the rage, with a nearly cult-like following online. How much of that is justified? Well, turns out a lot of it. Some of it, not so much. The major difference is that thorium is typically used in a reactor with no solid core, called a liquid fluoride thorium reactor, LIFTR for short. The fuel and the coolant are the same fluid, consisting of molten salts in which the fissile and fertile elements are dissolved. The reactors actually in use around the world are old designs that use uranium solid fuel rods cooled by water, called light water reactors, or LOWER for short. And we did have prototype lifters working in the old days, but LOWERs are what went into worldwide production, leaving us with clunky designs capable of meltdowns and that produce hazardous nuclear waste. The rage around lifters claims that they do neither and rely on cheap, abundant thorium instead of rare and expensive uranium. Claim number 1, thorium reactors cannot melt down. This is absolutely fact. They have to already be molten to function. In fact, we have to work to keep the reaction going. If we stop adding thorium, they cool naturally. Physics provides no way that their heat can get out of control in the way a lower can. Claim number 2, all nuclear reactors produce dangerous waste. This is a fact with lowers. Their fuel rods have to be discarded when 98% of the radioactivity still remains, requiring them to be stored for centuries as high-level radioactive waste. But the fuel in lifters is completely burned by the time it comes out. That waste is almost totally inert, and almost all of it can be recycled into useful industrial materials. Claim number 3, thorium is cheaper and more abundant than uranium and will last us nearly forever. Now, this is only a fact in some parts of the world. In other places, like China, uranium is more abundant and easier to get. Claim number 4, lifters were suppressed by the government in favor of lowers because they can't produce plutonium for nuclear weapons. Now, this is mostly a false conspiracy theory. Neither lifters nor lowers are very good at producing plutonium. That's much more efficiently done in a special reactor designed for that purpose. Older, simpler machines called production reactors, of which only a few remain. The real reason lifters are not in widespread use is that in the early days of reactor development, they were more complicated and too expensive, and it was easier to put lowers into production. Now, after many decades, we have a solid infrastructure surrounding the lower industry, including major industrial and utility commitments, manufacturing and operating experience, and all the attending inertia. Every credible plan to limit global warming to below about 2.5 degrees requires zero carbon nuclear power to be a big part of the equation. If you want it safer and cleaner than ever, join the club of fanboys in support of thorium lifter reactors. I'm Brian Dunning, and this has been In Fact. In Fact is made possible by financial support from viewers like you. Please visit infactvideo.com.
Groundbreaking new research shows that anybody who closes a video ad within the first 5 seconds is most likely to watch online advertising all the way through. Go on, think about that totally coherent statement for just a couple of seconds. Incoherence, noun. The quality being illogical or inconsistent. If your goal is to defend a position at all costs, it doesn't really matter whether your reasons for doing so form the coherent whole, because most people won't notice anyway. It's much easier to use the most convenient argument at hand, even if this argument and a different argument you made earlier cannot both be true at the same time. It's useful to be on the lookout for such incoherent arguments. Being incoherent means being wrong. The Earth cannot be flat and round. If someone is using both arguments at different times, they are the ones who are confused, not you. Incoherence can be difficult to spot in real time, as people often don't make incoherent arguments in the same sentence. But let's see what the Truth-O-Matic has to say. Pull the lever, Crunk!
Well, that looks exactly like my old space.
Yeah, but this one comes with your own company suck-up.
Morning, Mr. Griffin. Nice day.
It's a little cloudy.
It's absolutely cloudy. One of the worst days I've seen in years. So, good news about the Yankees.
I hate the Yankees.
Pack of cheaters. That's what they are. I love your tie.
I hate this tie.
It's awful. It's gaudy. It's gotta go.
So whenever you see contradictions like this, the argument is most likely incoherent. Truth Labs. Keep coherent and carry on.
Welcome to the Skeptics Track. Before we begin the talk, here's a word about this track and skepticism. First, if you're here right now, you may be a skeptic. Do you care about science and ways of finding out what is true and accurate? Do you think the world would be better if more people were scientifically and mathematically literate? Do ghosts, aliens, and cryptids fascinate you, but more like from a folklore point of view? Do you have an open mind, but not so open that your brains fall out? If so, you may be a skeptic. Do fake psychics and quacks selling phony medicine piss you off? Are you curious about why so many people fall for misinformation and conspiracy theories? Are you vaccinated because you care about public health? Have you ever started a reply on social media with the words, "Well, actually"? If so, you may be a skeptic. If not, you still might be a future skeptic. We are a big tent of all sorts of experts and lay people alike who enjoy learning, helping our fellow humans, and yes, when necessary, debunking. If this appeals to you, check out more of the events on the Skeptics Track. Try out a skeptical podcast or two, or join a local skeptical organization where you live.
If this ad fails to get enough views, I, your humble voiceover artist, will be fired. And it'll be because of ad skippers like you. How could you? How am I gonna pay for Cujo's next pedicure? Sorry. What I did to you there was take a complex problem, like how hard it is to get people to view ads, and singled out a specific group such as ad skippers as being entirely responsible. This is a common tactic called scapegoating. Wikipedia says it comes from the Bible. Of a pair of goats, one would be ritually sacrificed and the other, the scapegoat, would be released into the wilderness, metaphorically carrying with it people's transgressions and sins. Imagine there's an alien invasion. Some people might be tempted to use scapegoating to avoid being held responsible, but it's unlikely that a single individual, group, or goat is solely to blame. Here's an example of scapegoating from South Park, bigger, longer, and uncut. The children of South Park have started swearing prodigiously. In desperate need of someone or something to blame, the town's parent-teacher association finds a scapegoat.
Times have changed! Our kids are getting worse! They won't obey their parents, they just want to fart and curse! Should we blame the government or blame society?
Or should we blame the images on TV?
No! Blame Canada! Blame Canada! For their beady little eyes and flapping heads on more lies! Blame Canada! Blame Canada! We need to form a full assault!
So if someone tries to make a complicated problem look simple by placing blame on a single group, they're most likely trying to manipulate you. Truth Labs. Blame is fine when it's fair.
Welcome to the Skeptics Track. Before we begin the talk, here's a word about this track and skepticism. First, if you're here right now, you may be a skeptic. Do you care about science and ways of finding out what is true and accurate? Do you think the world would be better if more people were scientifically and mathematically literate? Do ghosts, aliens, and cryptids fascinate you, but more like from a folklore point of view? Do you have an open mind, but not so open that your brains fall out? If so, you may be a skeptic. Do fake psychics and quacks selling phony medicine piss you off? Are you curious about why so many people fall for misinformation and conspiracy theories? Are you vaccinated because you care about public health? Have you ever started a reply on social media with the words, "Well, actually"? If so, you may be a skeptic. If not, you still might be a future skeptic. We are a big tent of all sorts of experts and lay people alike who enjoy learning, helping our fellow humans, and yes, when necessary, debunking. If this appeals to you, check out more of the events on the Skeptics Track. Try out a skeptical podcast or two, or join a local skeptical organization where you live.
Good afternoon. Welcome all you dead dogs. It's great to see you all today. With me is Dana Bevan, who did the previous panel. We're sort of the two token trans people on the Skeptic Track. This is my 7th Skeptrack program for this weekend. Yeah, it's been a busy weekend for me. So what we're going to do, this is going to be a kind of a chill panel. I gave a keynote earlier this month to a group of people, and I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to read that keynote again for you here. It'll take 10 or 15 minutes or so. Then we'll start talking about trans people in general and about some other conditions that it might be related to. And then Dana and I will have some back and forth. I will probably say some things that are wrong that Dana will want to correct me on. Possibly not even about trans stuff. And then we'll throw the floor open to questions. It's going to be a chill session. We may not fill the whole hour, but that'll be okay, because it's Monday at DragonCon. All right. Good morning. I gave this keynote in the morning. It's great to see you all today. My name is Vandy Beth Glenn. Here's a few things to know about me. I was born in Georgia at Piedmont Hospital. That's the only time in my life I've been able to afford to live in Buckhead. I've always been proud to be a native of this state, and my family's roots go back generations. My gender reveal party was a little late. I had to throw it for myself. But my parents sure were surprised. Eat your pink cake, Mom and Dad. So yes, I am transgender. We have been in the news a lot lately. Most of what you've heard is wrong. I'm going to talk to you about being transgender, about certain experiences I've had as a transgender woman, and about how you can be a better friend and ally to the trans people in your lives. By now, you've probably heard a story similar to mine. When I was born, my parents thought I was a boy, and they named me Glenn. For the first few decades of my life, I did my best to go along with that. But inside my mind, I always knew better. Always. Some uninformed voices in the media today claim children don't know they're transgender, that they're groomed by evil adults in their lives. I can promise you that is never the case. That does not happen. It always comes from the inside. Some people are just born trans. 1.5% of the population has red hair. The same number is transgender. That has always been true everywhere in the world. It's biological. Well, it's neurological, which makes it biological. It's real. No one knows exactly why people are transgender, but a few things are certain. It happens in the womb with changes to a fetus's brain caused by a misfire of certain hormones. It's not genetic. It's possible for one identical twin to be trans while the other is not. But gender dysphoria is natural and normal and powerful. You can fight it, and most of us do, but in the long run, it always wins. It always wins. What is it like to be transgender? I tell people it's like having tinnitus, ringing in your ears. Only instead of that ringing, it's a constant voice whispering inside your head, telling you every single day that the life you're living is wrong, that you're just pretending to be the gender marked on your birth certificate, that living with that pretense is unsustainable. And that voice gets louder every year, louder and louder, until finally it becomes so unbearable that there are only 2 options left to you. And only one of those options lets you keep living. I reached that crossroads about 20 years ago, and I decided I wanted to keep living. So I began taking steps to bring my mind and my body into harmony. I went to a therapist for an official diagnosis, and then I went to a pharmacist for my first prescription. Not everyone needs hormones to ease their dysphoria, but for me, it was definitely part of it. At that time, I was still presenting to the world as a man, but I was on the path to becoming the woman you see before you now. There were a few milestones I needed to check off before fully making the switch, and I was taking my time with them. When I began the journey, I was working up in Alpharetta in IT. The money was good, but the work was not fulfilling. Later that same year, an opportunity came to become a legislative editor at the Office of Legislative Counsel at the Georgia State Capitol. I was excited. The job appealed to me because the commute would be much better from Decatur, and the work was in proofreading and editing, which I've always loved doing. Plus, I'd be going from the private sector to the public sector, so I thought I'd have better job security when I eventually came out. Government jobs are always safe, right? So I took the job. It was one of the best jobs I've ever had. We edited bills drafted by the legislators. We were part of the machinery of the state government, and as a Georgia native, my heart swelled with pride every time I walked through the doors of the Gold Dome. I continued presenting as a man at the Capitol for the first 2 years I was there, but by September of 2007, I knew the time had come to be the person at work that I was everywhere else in my life at that point. The tinnitus was screaming at me. My legal name change was in process. The time had come. The first step would be to tell my boss, whose name was Sewell Brumby. That gets a laugh, but that was actually his name. I knew it would be risky to come out at work. According to the 2022 edition of the U.S. Trans Survey, the unemployment rate of trans people is 18%. For all Americans, the rate is just 3.5%. The poverty rate for trans people is 34% compared to a baseline of just 11.5%. Over 11% of trans people reported being fired, forced to resign, lost their jobs, or were laid off because of their gender identity. And this was in 2022. The numbers were much worse in 2007. Over the 2 years I had known Mr. Brumby, he had given me no reason to think he was going to be on the good side of these numbers. I'm not sure he even knew how to spell LGBT. But through my supervisor, I informed him what was going on. A whole month passed, and then one October morning, he called me down to his office. I closed the door and sat across from his desk. "Is it true that you have formed a fixed intention to become a woman?" Well, I'd never thought about it in those terms before, because no human being has ever thought about anything in those terms before. But, yes, sir, I said, that is the case. Well, I'm afraid that cannot appropriately happen in this workplace. I have to dismiss you. I tried to plead my case, but he wouldn't hear it. He said having to work with a trans person would make my coworkers uncomfortable. He said it would make the legislators that we all worked for think that I was immoral. I was escorted out of the Capitol. I was fired. And I was heartbroken, because I had loved that job. But I was also angry, because being a transgender is not a reason anyone should lose their job. But in 2007, it was an all too common way for trans people to become unemployed, and usually there was nothing they could do about it. I wasn't willing to accept that, at least not without a fight, so I went to Lambda Legal, an LGBT law firm and civil rights advocates. They have an office here in Atlanta. They did a lot of research into the specifics of my case, and eventually they took me on as a client, and we filed a federal lawsuit. Apparently, words like uncomfortable and immoral are big red flags in a wrongful termination case. You can't fire someone because you're worried about the discriminatory thoughts of other people. So we mentioned that when we filed our lawsuit. In their response to our lawsuit, Mr. Brumby and his attorneys claimed that he'd never said anything like that. He said he'd fired me because I was a bad employee. That's where it might have ended. A he said, she said, no way to prove anything. But I was ready for this. On that October morning, it was cold out, so I was wearing a bulky sweater. I was also wearing a microphone. I recorded the entire conversation, including those 2 incriminating words. Federal courts move at a glacial pace, so it was a long time before the lawsuit was over. Over 4 years, but eventually it did end, and we won. I got my job back. I don't know how Mr. Brumby felt about that, because when I returned to the Capitol, he was gone. All right, so that is that. Dana, do you have anything to say at this point?
Well, as they say in the improv issue, yes and. Yeah, for a long time, as I explained earlier, in the earlier presentation, my mother told me to lay low and pretend I was a boy, and that lasted for about 45 years. To distract myself, I became a Cold War warrior, but when the wall fell in '89, I was working on the B-2 program, and I was on the tarmac in Dayton Airport, and I decided I needed to do something else. I needed to change my life, because I couldn't handle it anymore, and the distraction was gone of fighting the Cold War. So that's when I started researching in earnest, the scientific basis for being transgender, and eventually I convinced myself that it was real, and that it wasn't perverted, and it wasn't a bad thing, and so I transitioned starting in 2011. So I would echo some of the things you said too. I mean, but some of it was comical. I mean, I know I'm trans, but nobody else knows I'm trans. And, they would say things like, well, I was at Georgia Tech, and there was a trans person at Georgia Tech who had transitioned, and they're saying, well, isn't that funny, and isn't she horrible, and, laughing, ha, ha, ha. And I said, I didn't know what to say at first, but then I said, well, at least she has the courage of her convictions. And that shut him up. But it wasn't, I had to say something, but I didn't want to give my transgender nature away.
Sure.
So
a lot of the narrative in the culture at large these days is that trans people are mentally ill, and unfortunately that has intruded into the skeptical community as well. It seems like a sizable number of people in the skeptical community are arguing that that gender dysphoria is a mental illness. I'm told that there was a couple of talks at the recent CSICon meeting where Jerry Coyne was making that argument, and that Steve Novella was making the opposite argument. But it's a claim that doesn't really succeed on the merits. The common accusation is that trans people are delusional. And let's go with the standard stereotypical image of the delusional person, of the man in the asylum who thinks he's Napoleon. Well, when a trans person looks in the mirror, they do not see someone of the gender identity. I'm talking about a pre-transitional trans person. When they look in the mirror, they see someone who is not the gender they believe themselves to be, and they understand this. Whereas the lunatic in the asylum who thinks he's Napoleon would look in a mirror and see Napoleon, which I think is a very important distinction. And trans people take steps to ease our suffering by transitioning. Someone who is actually delusional doesn't feel the need to do that because they are, in their minds, they really are the person that they are deluding themselves that they are. And also, another very important distinction is that if you affirm a trans person in the gender that they assert themselves to be, they become healthier, they become happier, they become more functional in their lives. If you say to the man in the asylum, well, yes, you are in fact Napoleon, then that just leads them further and further away from reality, and it makes them sicker and sicker, and it is not good for them, and it's not good for the people in their lives. That is an incredibly important distinction. Is this something you've written on, Dana?
Yeah, I've written on that and also on all the other 10 or 12 syndromes that the shrinks have used to explain transgender behavior. None of them hold water, and the facts don't bear that out, and the facts bear that out. Some are that have a split personality, and but then they hang themselves on their own petard because split personality.
I think that's a mixed metaphor, but
yeah, thank you.
Never mind.
Well, you're the writer, so because split personality, people with split personalities aren't supposed to remember what the other personality is, and I know exactly who I am when I'm pretending to be a boy, right, and behaving as a girl. So,
you can account for all the hours in your day.
Absolutely, and yeah. So the hard part was getting good information for me about being transgender, and so I joined a support group in Detroit, and so happened that my home office of the company I worked for was in Ann Arbor. So it just happened that whenever they had their meetings, I happened to need to go to the home office, and but that kept my privacy about going and learning. But you couldn't find very much information at all until the 2000 years, and so that may account for why there's an uptick in transgender people, because people didn't know about it and could get no information, and there was no treatment for it really. So.
Well, I think another reason there are more diagnoses today, more identifications of people as trans, is that even though there has been some backsliding in recent years, it has become much more accepted in society in the last 20 years or so.
Right, true enough. And you said 1.5%, that's pretty good. Lynn Conway, the person I was in the, I wasn't, but I was representing. How's that? I had no delusions that I was Lynn Conway. Yeah, I was playing the part. She actually did a study in 2000 and 2001. The statistics back then were something like transgender people were 1 out of 17,000 or 1 out of 35,000 or 1 out of 60,000. And she didn't believe that. So she went around counting noses in support groups.
Transgender noses.
Transgender noses. Well, no, we weren't transgender then. We were cross-dressers then. But we became transgender noses. And she was
Your noses transitioned with the rest of you.
Right. My nose was always transgender. But she was an engineer, so she did an engineering estimate, which is what engineers do, and she said the lower bound is 1% of the population, and probably closer to 2%. And so now the latest one I saw was 1.8 million transgender people, which I think is low. Because there's still a lot of transgender people in the closet, or are part-time transgender people, and they don't come out because they would lose their jobs, or be embarrassed to their families. So I think it's closer to 2%, maybe higher.
And the statistics on trans suicides are probably not accurate either, because I suspect a lot of trans people have never told anyone that they're trans, and then when they take their own lives, then they're not recorded as statistics as
Yes.
transgender suicides.
Yes.
But the reason I bring up redheads in my keynote is because I think many people in the world don't believe they know any trans people, transitioned or not, but they certainly know people with red hair, and to know that we are as numerous as people with red hair is some cold water in the face to some people.
Yes, and we may be more numerous than people with red hair, because the number of people with red hair is actually declining because of intermarriage with people who don't have red hair.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. No, there was a study done in Britain where they looked at the effects of the British National Railway system on red hair. And it turns out that the number of red-haired people declined because people were going to other parts of the UK and getting married to those people, and they didn't have red hair there. So it was due to the British National Railways encouraged marriage and procreation and with other people.
That's amazing. Hashtag save the gingers. Yeah, trans people have been treated as crazy, as mentally ill for many centuries, and treating us that way doesn't help anybody. It's only in the last century or so when technology and medicine and culture has been allowing more people to transition, both medically and otherwise, that there has been some relief from gender dysphoria. So psychological treatment simply doesn't work. It simply doesn't help.
Yeah, the history of associating us as being mental disorder goes back to World War II. And at the time, the doctors were trying to reassure the people back home that their kids weren't associating with homosexuals or transsexuals or other people who were not clean, and so yes, queer in general. And so the original DSM, the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual, had transgender and homosexual people on the same line item. Of course, in 78 or 72-ish to 78, homosexuality got stripped out to a large extent, but we didn't. And the last DSM pretty much changed too, but the DSM's it's still dominated by the Freudians, so so you can't believe that. But the international coding schemes say we're not we're in the same category medically as people who need to get prenatal counseling. That it's a normal phenomena that our need for medical is legitimate.
Incidentally, in my day job, I am a librarian, and thank you. Yes, thank you very much. Read a book. And I learned that in the original formulation of the Dewey Decimal System, gender dysphoria didn't appear at all, and homosexuality was classified under mental derangement. I'm pleased to say we've come a long way since then.
Well, I have a confession to make about libraries. That,
uh-oh.
When I was trying to...
I need to take off my earrings.
No, you're... the Arlington County, Virginia, God love them, had some books on transgender people, and I couldn't check them out. I could read them while I was in the library, but at the time I was under security investigations because I had a security clearance, and they would go to the local library and ask what books this person was reading, so I couldn't take them out.
Oh, wow.
So the only way I could be assured that when I went to the library that I could read them was I hid them in the cooking book section and managed to read several books that way. But I'm sorry, I probably violated some library ethical code.
Well, I won't sick the library police on you this time.
The one, let's see, it was the one closer to Washington and Lee High School.
Oh, on Wilson Boulevard.
Except it's no longer Washington and Lee High School.
That's where my sister went.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and yeah, the big branch. Yeah. So go ahead.
Yeah. Another way in which gender dysphoria has been, so to speak, damned by analogy is by comparison with another phenomenon called body integrity disorder, which is the case where people feel alienated from part of their body, and they may seek to have, for example, an arm amputated, or to be blinded, or something like that, because they equate themselves as being someone who does not have that body part. It's certainly a very strange condition. And when I first began looking into it, I thought surely there was no other way to understand this except as a mental illness. But the more I learned about it, the more I came to understand that maybe it actually is similar to gender dysphoria, in that somewhere in utero or at some other point in development, a person's brain was improperly mapped such that they genuinely did not perceive that part of their body as being an actual part of their body. So it's possible that they are also simply wired differently, the way we are wired, in opposition to our gender assigned at birth. They are wired to be without that body part, and in many cases their suffering is eased once that body part is removed. But there is a critical difference in standards of care, in that if a trans person transitions medically and surgically, the only way that affects their day-to-day living is that they have become sterile, which is a sacrifice for sure. But otherwise, it doesn't affect the living of their lives or the doing of their jobs. They can still write books. They can still drive trucks. Unless they're sex workers, the doing of their jobs is not affected in any way. They're not disabled, in other words. Of course, we're affected by transphobia, but that is something from outside of us, not inside. Whereas if you have body integrity disorder, yes, okay, maybe you are alienated from your eyes, but if you blind yourself, you are then disabled, and you will need all sorts of interventions to become a functional person in society. You'll need to learn Braille. You'll need someone to drive you, or some other way to get around. If you amputate one of your legs, then you'll need a prosthetic. You'll need to be retrained in various. Body integrity disorder presents a case where maybe it is better to have to endure that suffering, so that you're not visiting upon yourself even greater suffering in the living of your day-to-day life. That simply does not apply to gender dysphoria. So. And maybe it is similar to gender dysphoria, but beyond that, it is a very different condition in the way that it needs to be treated by individuals and by society.
Yeah, unfortunately, one of the proponents of that theory is transgender, and that's how it got promulgated.
What theory?
That it's dysmorphia, or Anne Lawrence, her name was, and she's still around, but she was a shrink. Boy, am I really trashing the shrinks now. So, it didn't impair her. The theory did not impair her from being a shrink and carrying on her day-to-day job. So, but
so you think they're not similar conditions?
No, not at all. I didn't want to get rid of my body parts, but
But so, do you think people with body integrity disorder are mentally ill?
Probably, but I don't know that. I think that's very rare.
Mm-hmm. Well, it is. Yes,
Yeah,
that's a
it's
problem.
very, very rare.
Problem with studying both body integrity disorder and people with gender dysphoria is the numbers of both groups are extremely small. Then again, there aren't many redheads either, and they've been extensively studied, I think. Maybe as much in poetry and song as in science. But the cultures that are accepting of gender diverse individuals, Polynesia, for example, or some Native American nations, the people who claim that trans people are mentally ill will have to contend with the fact that we've been living in societies like those for hundreds or thousands of years without any problems, and people living happy lives and in cultures that are happy to have them.
Yeah, their cultures, the Plains Indians in particular, I didn't talk about them, but I talked about other ones. A lot of the trans people were third gender people, actually were medicine men and chiefs of tribes and leaders. Mm-hmm. And it's been suggested that's maybe because they'd understood both the masculine and the feminine people in their tribes. And some of, like Sitting Bull and it's not Crazy, was it Crazy Horse? Where it was suggested that they were third gender people who were elevated to be chief.
I'd never heard that before.
Because they had, in the third gender regime, they had pet names. They had other names, like trail names today. And they had pet names like that. So it's likely that they were either, a lot of the third gender people were And I had this explained to me by a third gender person who was a psychologist, Ken Dollarhide, who is from the Cree Indian tribe. And he said it's that people, you know, there's the two-spirit definition, but he was saying that the third gender people were, during peacetime, were carried on, at least the third gender of feminine behavior, carried on as feminine, but when it came to be wartime, which it was for them a lot, they were warriors and leaders of the tribe. Anyway, yeah, they were respected, and the Mahu, which I did mention, were the ones that the atomic tests in the South Pacific forced them to move to Hawaii, and they were the born male. Those were the keepers of and were of feminine gender. They became the keepers of the history of the tribes and the ceremonies, and were the oral history maintainers for those peoples. So they had important roles in a lot of these cultures.
We've got just over 20 minutes left, so this seems like a good time to throw the floor open to questions. The microphone is set up back there. There's a good number of you in the audience, and I feel like we've talked about several fairly provocative ideas. So let's start queuing up and see if we can answer your questions. All right, what's your name?
My name's Robbie.
Robbie. Nice
Yeah.
to meet you, Robbie.
Yeah, it's nice to meet you. My question was, what's a good resource for maybe people who aren't used to looking up like medical studies or scientific studies on transgender research? Are there any good like online or maybe library-based resources that people can check out for more up-to-date studies on like gender dysphoria or treatment or anything like that?
Sure. Well, Dana will probably have better ideas than I do about that, but I would strongly recommend a book with the title "How Sex Changed," which is a history of gender dysphoria, specifically in the United States. It goes back over 100 years, and it looks at the big cases like Christine Jorgensen, but also gets really deep into the science and has many case studies in it. It's comprehensive, which means it's not all that deep, but that's by design. It's a starting point. So I would recommend that. I believe the author's name is Meyerowitz, and the title again is How Sex Changed. Dana?
Well, I would do shameless self-promotion because I wrote my books not for that purpose for me, because I couldn't remember it all. You know, it was just so much to take in. So I started writing just so I could have it in one place of things that I'd found out. But there's lots of good stuff out there. You just need to be careful of what the sources are. And of course, it's accelerated since there's also a lot of scientific garbage out there, particularly from clinicians who they don't do basic research to answer the questions that you and I would want to ask. They're more concerned about, well, how do I greet the person when it comes into my office, and tactics like that they regard as being science. There's precious little actual biological science that's going on, and probably that's going away for at least a few more years. So it's tough trying to find stuff. But I guess the other thing is, I'm trying to remember the website. I wrote about 60 blog posts what's the one in Pennsylvania, transgender? At any rate, that's free. You don't have to pay for it. But it's by the Renaissance transgender people, and they have a website, and I wrote pretty much all the stuff that's in my books, and just go in there and search for my articles.
Okay. So they don't need to buy your books?
You don't need to buy my books, but I would appreciate it if you did. Oh, actually, I'd appreciate it if you get the library to buy it, but that may not happen these days.
All right. Well, thank you.
Thank you, Rob. Thank you for your question, Robbie. Hi. What's your name?
Hi, my name is Lily.
Lily? Mm-hmm. Good to meet you, Lily.
Hi, good to meet you. First off, thank you all for putting this on. I mean, I know kind of stand on the shoulders of giants with the community and everything, so very, very kind of inspiring to see all y'all up here. I've been navigating losing the job, moving cities, all this stuff. Been on hormones for about a year. Do you have any advice for folks who are earlier in their transition as they sort of navigate all the transitions around gender, more so than the gender transition itself?
I'm not sure what the question is.
Yeah.
Like navigating career transitions, all the big swings of life that come with sort of everything.
Be careful. It's hard to know what to tell people. I pretty much just have my own experience. As it is now, it is unlawful for someone to fire you for being trans. But of course, if you apply for a job and they don't hire you, there's no way to prove what their reason was, unfortunately. But there are certainly trans-friendly employers out there. I said earlier I worked for the library. I worked for the Fulton County Library, Atlanta Fulton County Library, which is a very trans-accepting workplace. As it happens, I work way up in Alpharetta, and I wasn't even the first trans employee at that branch. So I would do some research into companies and into industries where trans people are welcomed or at least accepted. And what is your field?
I came from software. Go Jackets, by the way.
Okay. Yeah. Well, my understanding is that the software field is generally a good place to work if you're trans. So maybe you're in a good field to begin with.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. Good luck. Hi there.
Hi.
And your name?
My name is Celestia.
Hello, Celestia.
Hello. Vandy Beth, you mentioned something about gender dysphoria being damned by metaphor. And I thought that was a wonderful quote.
Thank you.
I'm seeking opinions from mostly Dr. Dana, but anybody from the audience who might have a source for. I went down a rabbit hole last year when a very bigoted, annoying op-ed writer in my conservative newspaper back home wrote about how many children were being castrated in the name of gender care. And that was the headline. The headline was how many children in Nevada were castrated between the years of 2019 and 2023. That sent me, because of course he posted a link to this, it's not do no harm, it's stop the harm or, yeah, Stop the Harm. It's a conservative website that has sprung up to alert parents of which hospitals are performing these dastardly surgeries on children. And that is another form of folklore, as you well know.
Mm-hmm.
Just like blood libel and everything else, this marginalized group is after our children. They're doing terrible medical things to our children. And I cross-checked it with the T.H. Chan School of Public Health. And because both of those sources had used insurance information, and they just, because HIPAA, they can't just get access to what everybody has had done medically, but they can look at what has been ticked on the box on insurance forms. And I'm trying to find, I would like to write an article about this and see, because media misinformation is an area I'm comfortable writing in. I am not a transgender person, I'm not a transgender expert, But what I found was this number that these op-ed writers had pulled out, this thousands of children that had been mutilated, corresponded pretty well with the number of children that the Chan School of Public Health reported as getting like teenage boys who got gynecomastia removed.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, no, it can't be that simple. All these people are thinking that like the young man on the football team who doesn't want to be called, Booby instead of Bobby, that is who's getting counted as a castration when they, is it really that simple, or am I missing something? And can I talk to you and write an article about this?
Sure. I would start with the intersex folks. Because back in the 50s and 60s, when children were born, there was some reassignment, but that's by and large gone away. It's still not illegal, but it's not done very much anymore. So there ought to be some information on there. Yes, you're right. One of the arguments about gynecomastia is that there are more cisgender people, teenagers, who get that than trans people.
It was like, according to the Harvard School of Public Health, it was like 99 point something % of the gender affirming surgeries done on kids under 18 from that.
That's not gender affirming necessarily.
Okay.
Well, it is gender affirming.
For insurance purposes.
Necessarily. It could be because, as you say, the gynecomastia is.
That is gender affirming.
It's not gender affirming.
It's affirming a cis person's gender, not a trans person's gender, but it is still gender affirming.
For insurance purposes, that's what I read. But I'd like to hear more on what the nuance you're talking about.
It's not done as part of a gender affirming program. It's done for other reasons. I mean, the person still is, the boy is still a boy, and he's behaving that way, and he wouldn't say he's transgender. So you can't count those gynecomastia mastectomies as part of gender affirming care.
I agree, they shouldn't be counted in terms of transgender
oftentimes
care.
It's oftentimes cited that reasons why you shouldn't give medical care to transgender people, but it turns out that the same operations are given to cisgender people at a rate that's higher, much higher.
Okay, yeah. If I could talk to you, I'll email you.
Sure.
And,
Sure.
Yeah, there is a long line.
Yeah,
but thank you for your question.
Hi, my name is Stephen.
Hi, Stephen.
First of all, thank you both for your service. Vandy, I know you're a UGA alumni, so go Dogs.
Woof.
You mentioned earlier that we've seen some penetration into the skeptics community of this talk of mental illness, and it really bothers me. We're supposed to be the free thought people, the rationalists. We have to start with, I think, our own crowd first before we can move to others to get them to understand this better. How would you recommend approaching someone who you would assume to be rational and critical thinking that is clearly missing the mark on this topic to try and help them see the light, per se?
Well, I think my my analogy about how it's different from being delusional, I think that's a good one, if I do say so myself, because it really is. If you understand what delusion actually is, it is very clear that gender dysphoria fails as a clinical example of delusion.
Well, a lot of these people, like Dawkins and person you met, they're working out of their field. This is not something they know about, and they're just speculating to get headlines and attract attention to sell their books. And how would you approach them?
Not celebrities, but just people like friends of mine or people in these groups, skeptic groups.
They just don't know. I mean, you can, what is it? You can, if someone came from that argument to that point based on non-rational grounds, it's hard work to get them re-educated. And since there's hate-mongering and fear-mongering pay off monetarily, it's hard to get them off of that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen.
Hi, I'm Val.
Val?
Yeah.
Hi, Val.
So I guess sometimes it feels like as a trans person that like gender dysphoria isn't always the most rational internally with like how you kind of think about things in response to gender. I was kind of curious, as you were transitioning, is there something that you realized that you did that was a bit odd to either relieve that gender dysphoria or something that caused you to have gender dysphoria? Like, for example, I always picked at scabs as a kid because I saw having scars as something that was inherently masculine. So I would actively like cause myself more pain to have that like little tiny scar on my leg.
Mm. Well, gender dysphoria is different for every individual. If you meet one trans person, you've met one trans person, and it's amazing the ways that it expresses itself and the ways that it can be relieved. As an example, before I transitioned, I usually wore a beard and mustache, which you'd think would be hugely triggering of my dysphoria, but in fact, the way I thought about it was shaving your face is something that men do. And when I wore a beard and a mustache, I wasn't shaving my face, so perversely, that eased my dysphoria. And little things like that, the better you come to know yourself, the more you understand things like that, and it hits you in a million different ways, and you can almost never even predict the things that are going to bring you relief or that are going to trigger you.
I have a different opinion.
Shocker.
Shocker, right. I have never had, nor will I ever have, gender dysphoria. I know what my gender is, and I behave that as according to that gender as best I can. If society wants, knowing that society is an aversive thing, I just avoid it, or find a way around it, and that's what I've always done. But it's tiring to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Val. Hello.
Hello.
And you are?
I'm Rowan.
Rowan. Good to meet you, Rowan.
You as well. As a younger trans person growing up in a time where it feels like everyone has an opinion about how other people are living their lives, how do we, as both skeptics and as trans people or trans allies, work to, I think, maybe mitigate some of that stigma without also becoming like one of those people where it's like, oh, well, there's this trans person that I know, becoming like the trans person that I know, if that makes sense.
I'm not sure I'm following your question.
How do both trans people and cis allies work to, I think, combat some of the misinformation out there without becoming stigmatized as people and not as just being seen as like, this is like the only thing about you?
Yeah, there is a solution to that. Back in the 70s, support groups were started for transgender people. Of course, they were cross-dressers then, but now they're transgender people. And that allows you to interact with, and I went to several of them for 2 or 3 years. And they're still going on. And that allows you to see different transgender people and to interact with other people who love them and what they think. Today, there aren't as many transgender support groups as there were back in the 70s. What comes close is PFLAG, which I mentioned earlier. And they, like the PFLAG locally here, has an adult group, they have a kids group, and they meet on the same night, and so they all learn from each other. And they're allies there, of course, both parents and non-parents. So find a group. I recommend PFLAG. But there used to be other groups, and there are other groups in other places.
And stay off of Twitter.
Go to Blue Sky or.
Mm-hmm. All right. Thank you. Hi.
Hello.
Who are you?
I'm Perry.
Harry.
Perry.
Perry?
Like the platypus. It's been my name the whole time.
Okay. Good to meet you, Perry.
Thank you. I was wondering how to be a better ally besides just not being a jerk and treating you like normal people. Is there any pet peeves that you'd like to share, or just, like, I can keep not being a jerk, but is there anything else you'd like from us?
Well, one thing that the general public still needs to learn, but which I'm sure nobody in this room is likely to make this mistake. Don't ask people about their genitals. Even more generally, don't ask a trans person anything that you wouldn't ask a cisgender person, except maybe their pronouns.
Thank you for sharing.
Just treat the trans people in your life just like you treat everyone else in your life. That's all we want, really, is to be left alone and to be treated like everyone else.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I would also, as I talked about earlier, that an encouraging word to when someone says something aversive about transgender people, negative about transgender people, a kind word like they're people like everybody else, they love their families, they're just regular people, and give them a chance.
So speak up?
Speak up if you can. I mean, there are probably places you can't, but we would welcome that.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we've got just under 2 minutes left. Nobody's at the mic, so I guess we'll wrap things up here. As I said, this is my last panel of the weekend, so I will just be hanging out for the rest of the day. If you want to talk to me, if you want to talk to Dana, are you leaving, Dana?
Pretty soon, the next 15 minutes.
Okay, well, 15 minutes from now, if you still have questions, I'll still be here. But I hope you've all had a great DragonCon and you've really enjoyed Skeptrack this year. I particularly hope that you've enjoyed the 7 activities that I was a part of in the Skeptrack. I know I did, and I look forward to seeing you all again next year. Let's give it up for Mark and his team.
Welcome to the Skeptics Track. Before we begin the talk, here's a word about this track and skepticism. First, if you're here right now, you may be a skeptic. Do you care about science and ways of finding out what is true and accurate? Do you think the world would be better if more people were scientifically and mathematically literate? Do ghosts, aliens, and cryptids fascinate you, but more like from a folklore point of view? Do you have an open mind, but not so open that your brains fall out? If so, you may be a skeptic. Do fake psychics and quacks selling phony medicine piss you off? Are you curious about why so many people fall for misinformation and conspiracy theories? Are you vaccinated because you care about public health? Have you ever started a reply on social media with the words, "Well, actually"? If so, you may be a skeptic. If not, you still might be a future skeptic. We are a big tent of all sorts of experts and lay people alike who enjoy learning, helping our fellow humans, and yes, when necessary, debunking. If this appeals to you, check out more of the events on the Skeptics Track. Try out a skeptical podcast or two, or join a local skeptical organization where you live.
No, climate scientists in the 1970s did not think the Earth was cooling and we were headed for another ice age. That's just more climate disinformation. I'm Brian Dunning, and you're watching In Fact. Welcome to the show that brings you the real facts behind popular myths. One of today's most common arguments against the science of global warming is the claim that climatologists of the 1970s were predicting another ice age. And if they were so wrong then, we shouldn't trust what they report now. Well, it's not true. The overwhelming consensus of climate science has always been that man-made warming would be the dominant influence, not just throughout the 1970s, but ever since the late 1800s. So to understand why this misinformation exists, you have to open your mind to a concept that's really challenging for a lot of people to accept. The idea that some things on television might not be true. For example, what's on TV today about the Egyptian pyramids? We're told that aliens built them. Egyptologists don't think that. It's just TV sensationalism. TV doctors tell us that diet or alternative medicine schemes will cure all diseases. Well, real medical science has never supported that. It's more TV sensationalism. And in the 1970s, In Search Of told us that an ice age was coming. Climatologists didn't think that. It was just more TV sensationalism. At the center of this question is sulfate aerosols, the really nasty pollutant responsible for acid rain. It also blocks sunlight from reaching the Earth, acting as a sort of reverse greenhouse gas. When a few climatologists in the 60s and 70s began publishing that sulfate aerosols could have a temporary cooling effect, the mass media did what it does best. It blew it all out of proportion, exaggerated it ridiculously, and trumpeted that scientists think we're headed for another ice age. What you're seeing here is a collection of mass media articles on a modern website dedicated to the denial of climate science, misrepresenting these articles as reflecting the scientific consensus of the day. In fact, all these were mass media fear-mongering and sensationalism. But those who reject climate science today still publish these lists. By 2008, concern about this misinformation grew to the point that a group of researchers did a deep survey of all the climate-related scientific publications between 1965 and 1979. What they found is that of all those articles, 10% found that cooling would temporarily outpace warming over the coming decades. 28% found it too close to call, and 62% remained confident that the warming would outpace the cooling. If you want to know the true pulse of what climate scientists believed in the 1970s, this is it. Well, we know what happened. As acid rain became a serious problem, international efforts to reduce sulfate emissions were undertaken. And they were really successful. Sulfate aerosols have a pretty short life, so they cleared up, and soon there were 0 published articles predicting cooling might outpace warming. By 1978, even Exxon remained firm in its prediction of large-scale global warming. A doubling of the CO2 concentration in the atmosphere would produce a mean temperature increase of about 2 degrees to 3 degrees over most of the Earth. Man has a time window of 5 to 10 years before the need for hard decisions regarding changes in energy strategies might become critical. So, no, climate scientists in the 1970s did not predict global cooling. Only 10% of them thought for a short time that cooling would temporarily outpace warming. But more data came in, and they rejoined the overwhelming consensus. I'm Brian Dunning, and this has been In Fact. In Fact is made possible by financial support from viewers like you. Please visit infactvideo.com. Global warming is caused by humans burning fossil fuels, and here are the 2 simple proofs. I'm Brian Dunning, and you're watching In Fact. Welcome to the show that brings you the real facts behind popular myths. The best way to talk about global warming is to take all the models, predictions, beliefs, and estimates out of the picture and focus only upon actual direct measurements that we can make today, upon which there's no disagreement. Here are 2 of those direct measurements that prove humans burning fossil fuels are responsible for global warming, and not any natural cause. First, the way the Earth stays in equilibrium with the heat coming in from the sun is to radiate it back out into space. Heat is transmitted as infrared radiation. The Earth radiates its heat in this window in the electromagnetic spectrum, centered around about the 10 micrometer band. Now, you know how different chemicals have different spectra? It's how we can look at a distant star and tell what gases are in it by the absorption bands in its spectrum. Similarly, the gases in Earth's atmosphere absorb radiated energy in certain bands also. When heat energy is absorbed by our atmosphere, it no longer escapes into space and stays here to heat us up. The most important greenhouse gas is water vapor, and here is its absorption spectrum. Everywhere this is black, heat is absorbed and stays here. Water vapor is so prevalent that it defines the basic shape of the window through which heat escapes the Earth. Methane is also important. Oxygen absorbs this little band. Carbon dioxide, CO2, is here where the water vapor band slopes. And this picture is the basic shape of the heat energy that Earth has always radiated safely out into space. It's the variability of this longer wavelength into the spectrum that makes all the difference. At natural CO2 levels of about 0.03%, enough heat still escapes through the window and the planet stays in equilibrium. But as CO2 increases, as it has by about 50% since the start of the Industrial Revolution, that end of the window is blocked, and it's like a curtain closing it off. The Earth is now absorbing more heat than it's radiating. Almost all of that excess is stored in the ocean, and that's the warming trend you see on all the historical temperature charts. We do directly observe that atmospheric CO2 is responsible for the excess heat retained by the Earth since the beginning of the Industrial Revolution. That is not a model, a prediction, a belief, or an estimate, and no part of that is in reasonable dispute. Second, how do we know that humans burning fossil fuels is the source of this new CO2? That's easy. We can carbon date it. Natural carbon in the atmosphere contains a known percentage of carbon-14, caused by interaction with cosmic rays. But the carbon in oil has been sequestered underground for millions of years and has no carbon-14 left. When a forest fire burns, the carbon in that smoke has carbon-14. But when fossil fuel is burned in an engine, there's no carbon-14. By measuring the amount of carbon-14 in our atmosphere, it's very easy for us to tell exactly how much of that CO2 comes from burning of fossil fuels. The answer is all of the growth in CO2 is human-caused, and all of the closing of that atmospheric window is caused by fossil fuel burning. Those are the direct observations, and they are not in dispute. I'm Brian Dunning, and this has been In Fact. In Fact is made possible by financial support from viewers like you. Please visit infactvideo.com.
Welcome to the Skeptics Track. Before we begin the talk, here's a word about this track and skepticism. First, if you're here right now, you may be a skeptic. Do you care about science and ways of finding out what is true and accurate? Do you think the world would be better if more people were scientifically and mathematically literate? Do ghosts, aliens, and cryptids fascinate you, but more like from a folklore point of view? Do you have an open mind, but not so open that your brains fall out? If so, you may be a skeptic. Do fake psychics and quacks selling phony medicine piss you off? Are you curious about why so many people fall for misinformation and conspiracy theories? Are you vaccinated because you care about public health? Have you ever started a reply on social media with the words, "Well, actually"? If so, you may be a skeptic. If not, you still might be a future skeptic. We are a big tent of all sorts of experts and lay people alike who enjoy learning, helping our fellow humans, and yes, when necessary, debunking. If this appeals to you, check out more of the events on the Skeptics Track. Try out a skeptical podcast or two, or join a local skeptical organization where you live.
Global warming is caused by humans burning fossil fuels, and here are the two simple proofs. I'm Brian Dunning, and you're watching In Fact. Welcome to the show that brings you the real facts behind popular myths. The best way to talk about global warming is to take all the models, predictions, beliefs, and estimates out of the picture and focus only upon actual direct measurements that we can make today, upon which there's no disagreement. Here are two of those direct measurements that prove humans burning fossil fuels are responsible for global warming, and not any natural cause. First, the way the Earth stays in equilibrium with the heat coming in from the sun is to radiate it back out into space. Heat is transmitted as infrared radiation. The Earth radiates its heat in this window in the electromagnetic spectrum, centered around about the 10 micrometer band. Now, you know how different chemicals have different spectra? It's how we can look at a distant star and tell what gases are in it by the absorption bands in its spectrum. Similarly, the gases in Earth's atmosphere absorb radiated energy in certain bands also. When heat energy is absorbed by our atmosphere, it no longer escapes into space and stays here to heat us up. The most important greenhouse gas is water vapor, and here is its absorption spectrum. Everywhere this is black, heat is absorbed and stays here. Water vapor is so prevalent that it defines the basic shape of the window through which heat escapes the Earth. Methane is also important. Oxygen absorbs this little band. Carbon dioxide, CO2, is here where the water vapor band slopes. And this picture is the basic shape of the heat energy that Earth has always radiated safely out into space. It's the variability of this longer wavelength into the spectrum that makes all the difference. At natural CO2 levels of about 0.03%, enough heat still escapes through the window and the planet stays in equilibrium. But as CO2 increases, as it has by about 50% since the start of the Industrial Revolution, that end of the window is blocked, and it's like a curtain closing it off. The Earth is now absorbing more heat than it's radiating. Almost all of that excess is stored in the ocean, and that's the warming trend you see on all the historical temperature charts. We do directly observe that atmospheric CO2 is responsible for the excess heat retained by the Earth since the beginning of the Industrial Revolution. That is not a model, a prediction, a belief, or an estimate, and no part of that is in reasonable dispute. Second, how do we know that humans burning fossil fuels is the source of this new CO2? That's easy. We can carbon date it. Natural carbon in the atmosphere contains a known percentage of carbon-14, caused by interaction with cosmic rays. But the carbon in oil has been sequestered underground for millions of years and has no carbon-14 left. When a forest fire burns, the carbon in that smoke has carbon-14. But when fossil fuel is burned in an engine, there's no carbon-14. By measuring the amount of carbon-14 in our atmosphere, it's very easy for us to tell exactly how much of that CO2 comes from burning of fossil fuels. The answer is all of the growth in CO2 is human-caused, and all of the closing of that atmospheric window is caused by fossil fuel burning. Those are the direct observations, and they are not in dispute. I'm Brian Dunning, and this has been In Fact. In Fact is made possible by financial support from viewers like you. Please visit infactvideo.com.
Groundbreaking new research shows that anybody who closes a video ad within the first 5 seconds is most likely to watch online advertising all the way through. Go on, think about that totally coherent statement for just a couple of seconds. Incoherence, noun. The quality being illogical or inconsistent. If your goal is to defend a position at all costs, it doesn't really matter whether your reasons for doing so form the coherent whole, because most people won't notice anyway. It's much easier to use the most convenient argument at hand, even if this argument and a different argument you made earlier cannot both be true at the same time. It's useful to be on the lookout for such incoherent arguments. Being incoherent means being wrong. The Earth cannot be flat and round. If someone is using both arguments at different times, they are the ones who are confused, not you. Incoherence can be difficult to spot in real time, as people often don't make incoherent arguments in the same sentence. But let's see what the Truth-O-Matic has to say. Pull the lever, Crunk!
Well, that looks exactly like my old space.
Yeah, but this one comes with your own company suck-up.
Morning, Mr. Griffin. Nice day.
It's a little cloudy.
It's absolutely cloudy. One of the worst days I've seen in years. So, good news about the Yankees.
I hate the Yankees.
Pack of cheaters. That's what they are. I love your tie.
I hate this tie.
It's awful. It's gaudy. It's gotta go.
So whenever you see contradictions like this, the argument is most likely incoherent. Truth Labs. Keep coherent and carry on.
Welcome to the Skeptics Track. Before we begin the talk, here's a word about this track and skepticism. First, if you're here right now, you may be a skeptic. Do you care about science and ways of finding out what is true and accurate? Do you think the world would be better if more people were scientifically and mathematically literate? Do ghosts, aliens, and cryptids fascinate you, but more like from a folklore point of view? Do you have an open mind, but not so open that your brains fall out? If so, you may be a skeptic. Do fake psychics and quacks selling phony medicine piss you off? Are you curious about why so many people fall for misinformation and conspiracy theories? Are you vaccinated because you care about public health? Have you ever started a reply on social media with the words, "Well, actually"? If so, you may be a skeptic. If not, you still might be a future skeptic. We are a big tent of all sorts of experts and lay people alike who enjoy learning, helping our fellow humans, and yes, when necessary, debunking. If this appeals to you, check out more of the events on the Skeptics Track. Try out a skeptical podcast or two, or join a local skeptical organization where you live.
Think you're going to make $1 million in network marketing? Give me the next 3 minutes of your time. I'm Brian Dunning, and you're watching In Fact. Welcome to the show that gives you the real facts behind popular myths. Call it multi-level marketing or call it network marketing. It's the business model that requires you to recruit people to compete against you, selling some product. They've probably shown you indisputable math that proves it can't fail. I'm going to prove to you it can't succeed, because I want you to not be ripped off. Usually the pitch goes that if you get just 5 good people, don't count the ones who flake out, 5 good people, and they each get 5, and they each get 5, and so on, and they all buy at least the minimum monthly purchases, the commissions that trickle upward must make you a millionaire. Nothing can go wrong. Well, here's the simple reason that's never happened, once, ever. How many of these companies are there? Amway, Herbalife, MonaV, Juice Plus, Nu Skin, Zango, and 1,000 others. If just one of those companies ever had a single such downline that lasted only 14 levels, that alone would have required the participation of more human beings than exist. 5 to the 14th power is 6.1 billion participants. It has never happened to a single one of these companies. These pitchmen are lying to you to get you to make the minimum monthly purchases of their outrageously overpriced product, and to trick you into getting other people to do it too. A fundamental reason that such networks fail is that they depend upon recruiting people to compete with you. If you open a shoe store and you pitch every customer on opening their own shoe store instead of being your customer, very soon you're going to have a neighborhood full of shoe stores with everybody trying to sell and nobody left to buy. It doesn't take an MBA to see that this is pretty much the opposite of a sound business strategy. The nonprofit Consumer Awareness Institute analyzed available data published by the MLM companies themselves. The least successful was Amway Quickstar, where 99.99% of distributors lose money. And the most successful was Herbalife, where 99.42% of distributors lose money. However, only 97.14% of Las Vegas gamblers lose money by placing everything on a single number at roulette. So, if you're thinking about joining a network marketing plan and aren't discouraged by the facts, consider instead going to Vegas and placing all your money in a single pile on number 13. I'm Brian Dunning, and this has been In Fact. In Fact is made possible by financial support from viewers like you. Please visit infactvideo.com.
You might think about skipping this ad. Don't. What happens next will make you tear up. Wait, you're still here? I mean, great, looks like the trick worked. You see, when watching videos or browsing online, you are likely to encounter content that is loaded with emotional language, and with good reason. Playing into emotions, especially negative ones, such as fear, anger, or contempt, is a trick to get you to pay attention to something when you otherwise wouldn't. It's likely that's a big reason why you're still watching this ad is because you were lured in by our use of emotional language in the very first sentence. Research has shown that expressing emotion is key for the spread of moral and especially political ideas in social networks. So let's say when you're writing a headline and you're trying your hardest to manipulate your readers to click, one thing you can do is pepper your headlines with a bunch of emotionally charged words. Call it a horrific accident instead of a serious one, a disgusting ruling instead of a disagreeable one, or a heartbreaking twist of fate instead of an unfortunate coincidence. That way you're likely to reach more people and influence their reactions. So let's see how this plays out in real life. Let's take the following headline from the movie Anchorman. No emotional manipulation at play here, just to the point, no-nonsense coverage of such an important event in history. This headline, on the other hand, see what they did there? The writer used an emotionally charged word like revolting to describe a whole group of people. Are mutants people? Oh well, you get the point. They're fear-mongering. So whenever you feel outraged or angry, remember, someone may be pulling your strings. Don't be manipulated. Truth Labs, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Welcome to the Skeptics Track. Before we begin the talk, here's a word about this track and skepticism. First, if you're here right now, you may be a skeptic. Do you care about science and ways of finding out what is true and accurate? Do you think the world would be better if more people were scientifically and mathematically literate? Do ghosts, aliens, and cryptids fascinate you, but more like from a folklore point of view? Do you have an open mind, but not so open that your brains fall out? If so, you may be a skeptic. Do fake psychics and quacks selling phony medicine piss you off? Are you curious about why so many people fall for misinformation and conspiracy theories? Are you vaccinated because you care about public health? Have you ever started a reply on social media with the words, "Well, actually"? If so, you may be a skeptic. If not, you still might be a future skeptic. We are a big tent of all sorts of experts and lay people alike who enjoy learning, helping our fellow humans, and yes, when necessary, debunking. If this appeals to you, check out more of the events on the Skeptics Track. Try out a skeptical podcast or two, or join a local skeptical organization where you live.
Hello, and thank you so much for joining us for the wrap-up for DragonCon 2025. Oh my God, we made it. Oh, thank you so much, everybody. Oh, my panel, y'all were great. It's so great. Okay, so I've got with me, I'm sorry, my brain just shorted out there for a second, okay? I have Kurt Anderson and John Armstrong, who did the most amazing magic y'all have ever seen, and Celestia Ward, who pinch hit on some moderating a cryptid panel that we had to kind of put together at the last minute because someone had a medical emergency. Thank you for coming to our rescue, Celestia. And she did some other great stuff that I'm going to talk about in a minute. Thank you so much, Margaret Downey. We really appreciate all of your hard work. Right? Totally. Yep. So, all right. So this is my panel today. Y'all tell me what y'all think went really, really well. Let's start with Margaret.
What went really well?
Yes, tell me what you thought went
gosh,
really well.
Everything. Just all the subjects were terrific. I learned a lot. I learned a lot about science and engineering, and
What was your favorite thing that you learned? Or tell me one thing.
I think the engineering about the AI and all of that. Oh, it was just fantastic. I'm a big AI fan. I think it's something that we can really grow from and learn from and expand our horizons. I know a lot of people aren't AI fans, but after I learned a lot here, I'm even a bigger fan. So.
Okay, how about you, Celestia?
We're doing like a compliment sandwich where we say good things.
Yes, we're going to say good things first, and then we're going to have the you-know-what in the middle, and then we'll finish up with good stuff.
I loved the skepticism, the global check-in on skeptics around the world. I was sad that there wasn't a full room for that, but it all depends on the time of day, et cetera, et cetera.
But it'll also be on video and live stream.
Yes,
so
it will be on the live stream, and that was just, it was a moving experience to see, we had Brian Ego, is that
Brian Ego is one of my favorite humans on the planet. And he is a force of nature in Scotland.
And he just did this rough and tumble ride through all the scientific, controversies that are happening in the UK and where they sit on all the, the different categories that skeptics look into. And that was funny and engaging. And then we heard from, Adrian Hill and the Canadians, and it's like, ooh, I want to move to there, and I want to move to there. And then
it's quite the real roller coaster.
And then it went to Hungary, and it was like a foreboding, like, this is what happens when skeptics, can't muster enough, oomph to get the job done. You have science getting discredited. You have democracy breaks down. You see all this happening where he is in Hungary, and then we went to Leo Igwe, where people are getting killed on the regular. And
I did that on purpose.
Yeah, it just shows you the vast array in India, where people are smearing literal cow dung on their bodies for medicinal purposes. And I mean, we just have to deal with metaphorical bullshit here, but they're just covered in it. And it just shows you we are a puzzle piece here with so many other people doing the same sorts of activism. But my God, some folks have got a lot that they're fighting against.
It's true, but then there's Australia that has generally an optimistic picture.
Yes. Oh, and
Canada also.
And Denmark. I want to move.
Oh, yes, of course.
Denmark. He was like, "Oh, we have big problems in Denmark. There are 16% of the population believes in horoscopes," and I'm like,
"That's nothing,
right?"
It's like 90 here, isn't it? Anyway, that was one of my highlights.
Yeah, I agree with you. That was one of mine too. And Celestia is the one who came up with the idea for that panel. She mentioned it to me last year, and I know these people, and I'm like, oh yeah, that needs to happen.
Well, so I was predisposed to liking it because I came up with it, but But sometimes you have an idea and you're like, oh, that didn't come off as well as I'd hoped. But I really hope that we can do that again.
That's a true story. Yeah, and except for the little technical glitches. So, but but Mark did a great job figuring that out. How about you, John?
I was brilliant.
You were absolutely. You were brilliant.
I am very good at what I do.
You are the best in the industry.
And but no. The workshops we did, me and Kurt did, teaching people how to do magic, was great. And I think actually we got a lot of people from the workshop to actually come out to some of these events, both our magic shows as well as some of the events actually right here in this room. So that was really great. So I always have been using magic my whole life as a way to get people into skepticism and thinking critically, and it's nice to see that in practice. And I honestly say I think our discussion last night on deception was one of the more interesting things I've been a part of in a very, very long time.
Yes.
So it was really, really great to actually talk about all that stuff and in such detail and from different perspectives. And yeah, it's been pretty amazing.
Fantastic.
Oh, the rising card, yeah, that's pretty good.
Okay, and then Kurt?
I think we had several panels that the diversity of the panelists and approaching the topic from here's how our perspective is, here's our perspective, and here's our perspective, and how it all shows there's so many ways to approach something and that there's not one right way, I think is really, really cool. But probably my favorite thing was Dan McClellan here and talking about how to academically interact with the Bible. And we're not talking about from a religious perspective or a non-religious perspective, in the idea of trying to separate yourself out from that as much as possible and find out what the text is regardless of your view, I thought was really cool. And to see this whole place full and have to turn people away, I thought that was really nice for his first panel.
Absolutely.
To have that kind of crowd, I thought was pretty cool.
Yeah, that's one of my goals is I want a butt in every seat.
Right.
I want us to have that much. I think, like for me, I agree. There are so many highlights, but I think I enjoyed how deeply personal things were. Like people really reached deep this weekend.
And you know, that's the other thing. The tribute to Chuck Miller was really nice. And a lot of people came up and said, skeptics are so kind and lovely people, and you know, that's
but we are.
But it really showed a side of skepticism that we appreciate the life and legacy that we leave behind.
Yeah.
So that's I think really important for us to carry through. And what Beth did this afternoon was very deeply personal and beautiful. And it opened a lot of eyes and hearts,
and
which
Dana
I think we
Bevan,
need to
too.
do.
Yeah, Dana Bevan also presented a very deeply personal story. And that, I think, I've heard the stories before, but I don't know, it was one after another, after another, after another. We had some new folks come in. And of course, the whole Chuck thing is the first time I've ever cried on camera. So, but it was just the whole weekend has been like that, and I really have enjoyed that. So, have y'all enjoyed it? Yeah. Let's hear your highlights. What have you enjoyed? While y'all are
Well,
going to
go
come
up to the
go
mic,
up to
though.
the mic because
But
we
go
can't
up
hear
to
you
the
if you
mic.
yell from the.
And remember, it's a magic
gallery.
mic.
Yeah, and it's a magic mic. Don't touch it. And y'all be thinking about the things that you want to see or that we didn't do as well, or I mean, don't say AV because we know we're fixing.
I believe the gentleman on the left already know what mine is. They probably remember me. I was pretty loud last night. Sorry, had a little bit too much to drink.
It's all good.
Oh, that never happens.
We enjoy the energy.
For me, I did want to ask, where's Brian Brushwood?
I
thought
think he had to
gonna be on
catch
this
his
panel.
flight.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, but that was one of mine. Was I asked a question last night about neurodivergence because I'm as an individual with autism and spotting deception, and I looked into some of the resources they gave me, and it was actually really useful. And I'm already trying to put it to work. Where I was already skeptic of some things that people had said to me, and I've been able to dive deeper and find out that some of it just was not true.
Oh wow, excellent.
People sometimes say untrue things, and they're not trying to lie. They just
They just don't know.
They have the wrong information. Yeah.
Brian Brushwood was such a great participant in the parade.
Oh, fun.
yeah.
So
and,
fun.
And he had to follow John Delancey in the star cars, but he was energetic and friendly, and I think he's a great face for skepticism.
Agreed. Yeah, I hope he comes back too. So, all right, what do we know? Here it is. Notes. Anybody got anything that we should do better, that we need to do less of, more of? Let's hear
We've
it.
got someone
Bring
coming
it.
up to the mic.
Yes, sir.
Hey, my name is Heiko.
Hi.
Heiko.
Heiko. No, I said hi.
Hi.
Hi, Heiko.
Yeah, okay. So.
Good talk.
Yeah. So this year was very, very special, and as you mentioned before, it was very, very personal. So I'm with the Skeptics now for 9 years. Figured out Ian Harris, he was the first one who made a panel that was very interesting for me. This so-called bullshido.
Bullshido.
Yeah, bullshido, yeah.
Debunking that stuff, and we figured out that we know each other for 9 years now, and we have made it a tradition now that every year we are taking a picture together. So next year it will be the 10th year.
Wow.
So also made a promise to market last year that we will be on the parade. We did it the first time for us. It was amazing.
Yes.
Yeah, and I enjoyed it very, very much. Yeah, holding the banner and be a part of the action actually. So, but what was really a highlight regarding the Skeptics, that was I had the opportunity to talk to Leanne on several occasions. And we have a lot of similarities. Yeah, we are both Trekkies. Yeah, we have same interests. We were traveling a lot. We were both a kind of a minority. And she gave me a lot of things to think about. Yeah, and we had such an amazing good time. It's so much fun talking to each other. Yeah, I really miss her right now.
Aww.
So I wanted really to say goodbye and wish her all the best. So. Yeah, that was the one thing, and we met Katie Miller. Yeah.
Kathy Miller.
Kathy Miller.
Kathy Miller. Yeah. So while we were actually waiting for a panel, and we had very, very, very good talks, and also we're encouraging each other a little bit. Yeah. And that was one of the first times that we exchanged more personal data, and we are now in how do you call it, social media contact.
Oh, good.
Yes, and she actually she sent us a picture of your meeting yesterday when we were all together.
Oh, yes.
Want to thank you guys.
It's a really wonderful community.
Hmm?
It's a wonderful community.
It
My
is,
best
yeah.
friends are on this panel.
Yeah. So, and that's what I love about it, and yeah, we stay with you guys, okay?
Yeah. Thank you. Yay.
Thank you for everything.
Excellent. Oh, yes, please. Yes.
So we're thinking about maybe a character from Margaret.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, so, because I hear a lot when it comes to, especially flat Earth and stuff like that, and religious beliefs. Yes, so I don't only believe, I know. Yeah, that's like, who is this Dr. No? Yeah. And you maybe remember we were talking about it 2 days ago.
That's pretty good. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. So one of the new things we did this year, so last year, one of our biggest frustrations was that the app is not as nimble as we are. And so we needed to be able to convey information rapidly to folks who wanted to come see our presentations. And so Mark Ditzler put that TV screen out there with its own little feed, and it has our updated schedules on it, and it also has, for example, in memoriam. I'm not supposed to say in memoriam. So long and thanks for all the fish cards for Abby Hafer, who died like a month ago, I think, and then of course Chuck Miller, and so we kind of did a little bio on there, plus skeptics in history with some of their famous quotes and other like podcasts and skeptic societies and things like that. Well, Celestia Ward took that idea and ran with it. She crushed it. I cannot thank her enough. She did so much work on that and highlighted our folks that we go to when we need information or if we need guests or whatever. And definitely look up their information online. Look up these skeptical communities in other areas. They often will have videos or things like that that can be applied, or you can get ideas for your own talks or whatever. So thank you so much, Celestia. This looks it looks spectacularly good. Thank you so much.
Well, thanks.
Thank
Mark Disler deserves a lot of the applause for writing the program that, that got everything to work and making sure the answers to the trivia questions followed the trivia questions and all that. I just figured a lot of people walking out there, I mean, everybody in here tends to know what skepticism is. The people walking by, they know it's the Skeptics Track, but they don't know if we're in here talking about how the earth is flat or what. So I tried to put stuff in there like that. Do you think it would, do you guys think that was a useful thing, or was it like most people just walked by and it was like blank,
I saw people standing out there watching.
I did too, yeah.
Oh, okay. I've been in here the whole time. I haven't really observed it in the
well, there
wild.
were two guys. Was it this morning? I think it was this morning. There were two guys that were standing outside. Yeah, it was this morning. Right, two guys were standing outside there, and I said, "Did y'all happen to notice the TV? We worked really hard on getting this to happen." And one of them's like, "Oh yeah, I looked at it every day," and the other one's like, "Not, never noticed it." So I mean, it
So
is
50%
50% of the people I surveyed said that they liked it. So. N equals 2, though.
All right.
So,
Okay.
But it I think added a lot. It made it possible for us to communicate with folks, passersby, things like that, and it kind of gave us an opportunity to do our message out.
Yeah,
and
a lot of the slides will be evergreen.
Yep.
I mean, the Mark Twain will have always said that quote or whatever.
We also had one other thing out there is everybody's still used to the paper signs, and we still had the paper signs out there.
Yeah.
So they didn't necessarily realize that, oh, the updated schedule's on the screen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you sometimes you just can't wait for it to cycle through. I figured it would be a roulette game. Like people would walk by and maybe one day they'd see a skeptical quote. They'd walk by the next day on their way to the habit trails, and maybe they'd see a skeptical podcast being recommended, and so on and so forth. So it was just kind of a crapshoot to see what we could get out there.
Yeah, but I mean, I thought it was wildly successful. I mean, I loved it. I absolutely loved it.
Well, Angie loved it. That's the important thing.
I loved it, and well, I hope. Like I'd like to at least for us to do. I know it was a big hassle, Mark. Thank you so much for doing that. Speaking of Mark Ditzler, sir, please come to the microphone so that you can receive your praise.
Don't touch it though.
Don't touch the microphone. But please.
Who's going to adjust it for him when he's down there?
He knows how tall he is. He's already done it.
Not only that,
promise.
but also his highly skilled and talented crew.
Nobody needs to know how tall I am because this is no longer the magic mic. It is now the AI mic.
Oh,
it figures it out itself.
Okay, excellent. See the advantages of AI.
Right?
You should be skeptical of that.
Okay, yeah. Well, yeah. So anyway, so Mark volunteers his time, his equipment, his and the crew of course volunteers as well. And I'm going to let him thank them in a moment. But this is his company, Calico Cove. He is going to we have live streamed this all weekend. You can still go back and watch any of the, as far as I know, you can watch any of the talks that you wanted to see that you didn't get to see. Then he'll leave that up for a while until he's recovered, and then
the live streams are still up.
Yep.
Unfortunately, they're 12 hours long, or I think one is 14
yeah,
hours
that's
long
a separate
on Saturday.
problem.
But what will happen is
Yep.
when I have a chance to recover in a few days, I
Mhm.
will pull the live streams down, chop them up into individual shows, and re-upload them.
So you're doing an incredible amount of post-production work as well. And
He does massive pre-production work. He does massive post-production work. Build in takes all day on Thursday, and he puts on the best AV at DragonCon.
Absolutely.
So we cannot thank him enough. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
He has an entire building on his property dedicated to storing the equipment for this. So Thank you so much.
And to give people that don't completely know what that means and understand, right? John and I have done the program in the Crystal Ballroom for several years now. They have 2 wireless mics and a handheld mic
that are made by Mattel,
and they have yet to have full microphone capacity for our show the last 2 years. And every year they have a table up there. They just like literally move the table, turn the mics on. That's kind of really what they need to do. And it is a problem. It's been a problem for 3 years in a row. They're changing this, the amount of tables, the amount of mics and everything, every I wanted to say episode, and that's not right.
Every episode, every session.
Every panel for 3 or 4 days. And it's just seamless, and no one recognizes it because it just happens, and you just expect it to be right because it's always right.
Yep.
And it's just not that way with other rooms. So, and this
Yep.
is a lot more involved than what's going on in these other rooms. So.
Yep.
Thank you, Mark.
Go, Mark. Nope.
Thank you.
Talk. Let me hear.
And I may be the one standing here right now getting the recognition, but I am not the only one who does things behind the scenes here.
Not at all.
I've got my longtime volunteers, Dan over here on cameras right now, and Shara on the switcher. I also have a gentleman who comes in, Bryant, comes in and helps every once in a while. And this year I have a new volunteer who's here learning the ropes, Dylan.
Hey.
Hi,
Dylan. Hey, Dylan. Welcome, newbie.
Now he's learning the ropes today, and hopefully we haven't scared him away, and he will actually come and volunteer next year.
I hope so.
So right now
he's thumbs up. He's doing
he's
thumbs
an
up.
apprentice.
Mark, I have a question for Mark. What can we in this room do to make your life easier when it comes to all the work you're doing? Besides just get the hell out of the way.
Get the presenters.
Get the what?
Get the presenters, the people on stage, not necessarily everyone, because we have a number of professionals who know how to do things. Get them to watch Sarah's video on how to present and how to use a microphone.
Oh, yeah.
Unfortunately, this is a small room, and I have a lot of mics going on. I got the PA and everything, and because it's a small room, it's a lot harder for me to push the gain on microphones without getting feedback. So unfortunately, we get a little bit of that.
We can make that a requirement. We could say if you are speaking, this
Yes,
is a requirement.
and it's a link to her video, right?
We send out a note with everybody, but nobody reads it. And I send out a whole. It's not that verbose, but it's only 2 pages of how to do the Zoom stuff, so that when we get the people coming in remotely, they know what to expect and how to interact with us. Because I do have limited communications with them while the shows are going on, because if I start talking to them, it's going to go out over the broadcast. So, but just technique. It's just here's what we need to help us out, and we've been sending that out for a couple of years. But like most notes you would send out in pre-show, people don't read them. That's just human nature. So get them to read that stuff, and we'll be much more thrilled.
Give it a really good headline, so that they keep reading.
Well, I've been watching some of the Tooth Labs videos, and I'm thinking I should use a emotional headline instead of just like notes for presenters. It's it's a notes so that you don't have a horrific experience.
So that you don't look like an idiot. How to not look like an idiot.
do one of those emotional grabs on the headlines. Make it clickbait.
Right.
Read this or die on stage.
You could have like a read the thing and then like brief questions, and then if they don't want to do that, then they could attend like a 20-minute session one day before their things, and people will start doing they'll start reading and checking off.
Threaten them.
Yeah, they'll never show up for the session. I've had a couple of the pros who do stage for a living. They've actually asked, do you want to do mic checks ahead of time? And I would love to, but the reality is a lot of people don't show up until 2 minutes before the show, and I don't have time for mic checks. And what a lot of people don't realize either, that every time somebody sits down at a mic, there's a different EQ setting that I use for them, depending on the frequencies in their voice. Well, once we do a panel like this, you've got the EQ fairly well done for everybody that's on the panel. You 5 get up and leave, another 5 come in. Now all those EQs are worthless, and I have to redo those. And without mic checks, the first 10 minutes of every show is a mic check for me.
Right.
You know, so
Yep.
that's why the sound tends to get better after the first 10 minutes.
You make it look seamless, though. So thank you so much for all of your hard work.
But
We
I've got
really,
a
really
I've got a
appreciate
talented
it.
crew behind me that really helps out and makes things a lot easier than they would be otherwise.
Yep. And that video that Shara put out is terrific. So if any of y'all are ever speakers, make sure you watch it. So, all right. So thank you again, Calico Cove. Thank you. And then I thank Celestia. And all right. So I didn't hear a whole lot of ugly. So what do y'all want to see more of or less of? Anything in particular?
I'll talk for the guy that left. More Brian Brushwood.
Well, we agree. We liked him too. Yeah. Well, here he comes again. More Mark. We want to see more Mark Ditzler.
I would have one more comment to what you can do to help me out.
Yep.
Have the presenters that have PowerPoints or whatever they're showing.
Yeah.
Make sure they have copyrights to do those in a public forum.
I asked.
I have.
He said yes.
Every
he was
once
fine.
in a while, I get a copyright hit on the YouTube channel when I put these presentations out, and somebody says, "Oh, this music bed is copyrighted by so and so," and I've got to go through the whole process of getting that approved so that we don't get blocked on YouTube.
I asked.
If it's announced that it's a cover for, does that cover our ass?
What happens is say, for example, a music publisher will just blanket copyright everything they have, and then when YouTube scans it after I upload it, it automatically flags it, and that restricts our video. And what I have to do is go in and file a request to say, here, we did have rights to do this, and here's our proof of that. So if it's a lot of times when I go on there and I'll have to write a reply to the music copyright holder and say, we used it as a music bed, it was to enhance this point, and most of the time they come back and say, no problems, copyright claim removed. Occasionally, they just don't respond. For example, a couple of years ago, somebody played, I forget which panel it was, but he was doing a pop culture panel, and he played the entire trailer, not any clips from the movie, just a trailer of War Games. Now, War Games is copyrighted by Paramount, and that immediately flagged everything, and Paramount said, don't even play it, take it down. And I responded to the complaint. I said, we use this as an example of underscoring his pop culture point, geeks and pop culture.
Comment and criticism, fair use. Yeah.
And well, it was the entire trailer, so it was like 2 minutes long, so it wasn't didn't quite fall under fair use. But I said, second of all, this is the trailer. You broadcast this for free. I didn't play the movie. And basically what it came down to, they just didn't reply. So, but they did not enforce the copyright requirement, so I did not have to take it down. But it does, if we ever tried to monetize any of our YouTube channel, we wouldn't be able to do it with that video. Now, we don't currently try to monetize it, so I'm not too worried about that.
It sounds like, I mean, number one, you shouldn't be spending your time going back and forth with Paramount or whomever else every year right after DragonCon to try and fight for our videos to stay up. So what we could do is just make sure we outline to anybody coming with a PowerPoint presentation, here are things that will get the YouTube. You are getting a huge, awesome thing here in that you're going to get a video of yourself speaking. That's awesome. But it'll get taken down if A, B, C, or D. And so think twice before you put a video in or music or anything else like that. Even if you have copyright, it can snarl up the system.
And it can be almost unintentional. I had a copyright hit this year on Saturday, and if you remember Forrest Valkray's Life
but I
Lessons
asked
from the
him,
Lab,
and he said he had it. He had.
What he did is he played a little snippet from the golden record from the Pioneer spacecraft, and that's fine. But there is a Azerbaijan language on there that is one of the hello things from the languages of Earth.
Oh, yeah.
And that is actually copyrighted. The original is copyrighted by the copyright holder. And then he played a little bit of Melancholy Blues, which was one of his favorite songs. And then he talked over it for, a minute and a half or so. But that's what gets triggered, is those two things. Now, those two things are copyrighted by the copyright holders. But technically, the audio from the golden record is not copyrighted. We actually had
it's
that.
NASA. It's
It's Smithsonian Institution, actually, because I had that a couple years ago, and I had to write to them and say, you got hit because of this, and they said, no problem, it's practically public domain. But because the song, for example, Melancholy Blues, is copyrighted, it gets triggered at YouTube. It's not smart enough to know, oh, that came off of a public domain copy of this golden record versus the actual recording, the album version of that's recorded.
I have a question, Mark. If someone includes in their PowerPoint or their presentation something that they've purchased from like Pond 5, is that purchase the ability to play it without having to get a copyright agreement?
It depends on the license, because you can get different licenses for Pond 5 and Getty Images, and some say that you can only use it in corporate environments.
Okay.
Others say that you can use it in your personal presentations, but you can't broadcast them, and it depends on the license.
Okay.
But generally, those stock photo and stock images and stock videos, they don't blanket copyright all their material.
Okay.
I did have that happen one year. The little intro I run, I purchased public domain, not public domain, but I actually purchased a license to use some of the music, and then 2 years later, they got sold to another stock media company, and that stock media copyrighted all their music. And then all my videos started getting hits because I used it during my intro. And I had to go in and actually show YouTube my license that I had purchased, and then they released the copyright hits on them. But generally, stock photos, stock images, they don't blanket copyright their entire library, because they just get inundated with copyright requests then, and they'd have to go, oh yeah, this person has a license, and they're not too worried about that.
Thank you.
It's more the big music producers and the Paramounts and the Universals and the Disneys that do that.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thanks. Good tip.
Good tip.
Good information, Mark. Thank you.
Do we want to ask if anybody has any topics they want to see?
Yeah, I thought I did, but let's do it. Oh, hey, can you don't touch the microphone? Yep, no.
It's gonna fall. I gotta hold on to it. My other volunteers here, Bryant is he's one of our guys that help us out every year.
Hey, thank you. Hey, thank you.
We know you.
Thank you. Yep. Thank you so much for your help. Okay, so are there any topics that you feel like we need to cover that we have not covered, or something that you've seen on another track that you would like for us to approach from a skeptical perspective? Or anything, like your foot hurts and you... I'm not giving medical advice.
Let's ask if they liked those videos that we've been showing between the sessions.
Do you?
I do.
I was going to say, I don't. Usually I'm running around and so busy, and today was the first day I've been able to sit down and look at them in a while. And they're good. They're so good.
They are good.
I really like them.
Mm-hmm.
So anybody else has to add? I'm tired, y'all.
Yeah. One of the Monday morning presentations at the science track was the effects of sleep deprivation.
Yeah, this is one of them.
And I'm like, wow, is that perfect timing or what?
No kidding. That's actually a really good topic.
Very clever topic for Monday morning at DragonCon.
I think there's a lot of nonsense wrapped up around sleep, and a lot of non-skeptical BS surrounding sleep. I think that would be an interesting topic.
I would like to pose a challenge to the audience, all three of you, and you can shout this out. You don't have to get up to the scary, intimidating magic mic. We are, not just here, but on other panels, like the ones that I scurried away and cheated on the Skeptics Track and saw some science ones.
Shock.
Those panelists were also speaking in veiled terms and saying, well, this has been a very challenging 8 months. Or the climate today, and the political this and without coming out and naming specific politicians or specific acts of Congress or specific reasons why the past 8 months have been really bad for science and education and
health
and public health. And that frustrates me that they're kind of afraid to say it. But it's been interesting to hear how people are talking kind of around it, and yet many of the talks were about it. And so the challenge I would like to throw out to you guys is make a prognostication here. What do you think the biggest skeptical topic we're going to have to tackle is going to be for next DragonCon?
Climate is my vote.
Climate?
Yes.
See, climate's not going to collapse that fast, though. I mean, it's important, but I mean, we'll have weather-related disasters.
But see, if we don't solve this climate problem, none of us will be alive to experience other problems.
I agree with you. I'm just, over the next 12 months, I don't think people are going to wise up that fast.
I think it's going to be disease. I think it's going to be disease.
We'll have another pandemic?
I'm not going to go so far as to say a pandemic. I think we're going to have some natural disasters, which are not, I mean, climate change doesn't happen overnight. It's, you know, it's a cumulative process. It's the frog boiling and the whatever.
Exactly.
And so we are already getting warnings from FEMA that
everything's
we're going
intensified.
To see another Katrina. What was it? One of the hurricanes last year intensified over 12 hours from a Category 1 to a Category 5. One of the news anchor or the weather anchors cried.
I remember that. Yeah.
The weather person cried when they were talking about the scale of this storm and the devastation that was going to happen. And when I'm home, so I work up in Ohio, but I live here in Atlanta. And so one of the first things I do for the first like couple of days is I just kind of binge watch and, you know, doom scroll on TV. And one of the things, because I just need that. But anyway, so self-care, y'all. I get to just do nothing for like a day. Anyway, but Nat Geo, I think it is, has a bunch of like weather catastrophes, weather stuff like that. And they talk about those, there was back-to-back storms. I can't remember the names of them. Do you know the names of the storms?
I don't remember.
It's not important. But anyway, but they were back to back, and one of them intensified over like 12 hours, went from a Category 1 to a Category 5, and just the devastation. People who had not evacuated for the first one now could either not get out because they were already locked in place or dead, but also the natural infrastructures took a back-to-back beating. And so that made the second one, which was also bad, even worse.
Well, look at the fires in California.
Yes,
I had 4 friends have their homes totaled in the fire, and they escaped with just the shirt on their backs.
Oh my God, that's terrible.
It's terrible, and that's an intensified climate problem.
Yep.
I think in the next 12 months, the hot new thing
Yeah.
is going to be AI, because it will change the most in the next 12 months, and it's more ubiquitous than the other topics, is like what we're dealing with on a person-to-person level.
Oh, I thought you were talking about like politically.
Well, just in terms of the world.
You said like from the skeptics' standpoint.
Yeah, what is going to be the number one thing we want to talk about next year?
But I think, you know, it ties in everything, because politics, everybody's going to be using this as a tool of
right.
And we've got somebody
information manipulation.
I don't want to come back to that for a second, but go ahead.
Hi. One of the more impactful panels that I went to this year was actually, unfortunately, wasn't at the Skeptics Track, but it was actually at the Apocalypse Rising track, and what they had one on surviving Helene.
Oh, that was it.
And I think maybe a theme to start focusing on would be resiliency. How people have this impression that we're all siloed and that we're not inclined to help each other. But when you do have a genuine, you know, stuff hitting the fan moment, you'd be amazed at how people actually get together. And maybe that's something that should get emphasized a bit more.
Yeah, that's a good point, and I think we actually had sort of a microcosm of that when Kathy did her Chuck discussion, and we were able to talk about how we affect each other as a community. And I mean, I think that's sort of, it's not the devastation, but it is sort of a.
We once did a whole episode on skeptical burnout, And the thing was, we did it like 4 years ago. And just, it seems so anachronistic now, like,
Oh, that was
I
horrible.
was burned out as a skeptic 4 years ago. Oh,
yeah, tell me about emergency physician, burned out, and then COVID hit.
Yeah.
I felt like I'd been kicked into a flaming volcano. So, yeah.
Well, maybe Derek remembers this, but there was a great presentation about.
Oh, he's not here.
Oh, he isn't. Oh, okay. So it was called the Zombie Apocalypse, How to Survive a Zombie Apocalypse. But, I mean, it was just preparedness for a catastrophe. But
Well,
they
CDC did that on their website when they had a sense of humor and people that worked for them. And they actually had that as a model for the spread of contagion. And it was the How to Survive a Zombie Apocalypse. And
yeah, and it works for a lot of things, yeah.
Sure does.
Because if you have supplies for a zombie apocalypse, then those come in handy during a tornado, hurricane, flood, power outage, whatever, yeah.
And we could all come dressed as zombies.
Well, I don't know, our niche as skeptics, because one of the things that struck me as going to the science panels is I went to a science panel on science communication. Because I'm like, yeah, that's
what we do.
That's what we do. And all of these scientists were talking about going to public outreach events and having to deal with members of the public. One of them said, a big guy. He was one of the doctors of climate, whatever, and he was a larger fellow, and he's like, yeah, I had to actually intervene because this member of the public was getting really aggressive with one of my graduate students, just demanding to know, like, why aren't you protecting the public? And he was like, well, and he was angry, and so the guy intervened and calmed him down and said, well, what do you mean? What should we be doing to protect the public? And he goes, we got all these hurricanes coming. You need to start, throwing nuclear bombs into them and protect the public. And as soon as, and he expressed his story about how he tried to calm the guy down and explain that wouldn't work. And the other guy, like 3 scientists over, also a male, older scientist, said the exact same thing happened to me this year. He also had to defend a smaller female scientist from an angry member of the public who wanted nuclear weapons to be used on hurricanes. I wonder where they got this idea.
I don't know. They ought to be coming to our track.
But everything that they were saying, a good 85% of that track was dedicated. It could have been a Skeptic Track. It could have been a Skeptic Track event. It was all, and I just kept thinking, see, I feel like
we already whacked those moles.
We need to whack the moles so that they can do science.
Yeah.
I want them to spend their time doing science. They have the tools for that. I have the tools to fight idiots who think you should bomb a hurricane. And I just want to know how to use my tools.
Tell them we've got the trucks. We just need drivers and ask if you'd volunteer.
Yeah. I like that. I like the way you think.
Gosh. So I'm sorry, I'm tired, but that really brings to mind something that Ian was saying last night. That sort of sitting by him and kind of diffusing the whatever. He said that he was at a bar or party or something, and Ian's a big guy, and some guy was like, "Hey, you looking at my woman?" And he's like, "Yeah, I was. She's hot. Good job." And the guy's like, "Damn right." So maybe that's a tactic we can start considering. Okay, so we've got about 15 minutes left. I'm out of gas, y'all. You got anything else to add? Anything else we need to do? I want to hear from y'all.
Well, I want to encourage people to participate in the parade next year. And I want to thank Angie for making it all possible, because Angie stores, well, first of all, she lets me use her washer and dryer in our house. So I clean all the costumes. When I distribute the costumes every year, they're clean, they're fresh.
How heavier are those suitcases?
They're very heavy.
No, how heavier do they get after all the nerd sweat goes into them? Before you wash them. I would be willing to bet it's over like a pound of nerd sweat.
Well, I did have to retire a few costumes this year because they were pretty rancid.
Right,
but
anyway,
anyway,
she cleans them all. Okay, so she's got everything packed back there. She's got like 30 black suitcases or something back there, and yeah, because we went to was it Walmart?
we
or
rent
something?
a U-Haul.
No,
to
I
get
know
them
I got
back
a
and
U-Haul, but
forth.
no, I'm talking about you and I went to like Walmart or something and got like 8 cheap black suitcases.
Yeah.
And because I think a couple of the other ones had fallen apart. So she's got all these black suitcases, and they all live in my basement. And then she packs everything up, and then I bring it here. She unpacks everything, distributes, repacks. Then we go to my house tonight, and then over the next 2 days, she's going to unpack, wash everything, repack everything. I've never seen anybody work harder than Margaret does. It's shocking how hard.
I just wish your washer and dryer weren't a whole story
It's 3
up.
floors away from where her bedroom is, because it's up in my closet because I'm lazy.
But you make it fun for me, Angie. I
Yeah.
always, this is a real creative experience for me to try to think of costumes that people can wear with their street clothes. It's a real challenge, and to tie in skepticism. But Angie makes it so much fun because of the time I get to spend with her, and just the way she promotes the parade and drives the parade car and into it so much that she turned her silver car into a Barbie pink car.
Well, that's just my car, though.
Anyway, thank you so much, Angie.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, and then this year we got the second car.
Oh, Derek's back.
And, oh, yeah.
Thank you, Derek.
Yep, and Skylar's not here, but he drove and just did us a massive favor for that.
So
So
great.
I really appreciate that.
And I made costumes for him, too.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. And Derek was riding along, too, so, yep.
Yeah, I got to sit behind John Delancey, who was in the car with me. And it was kind of cool because I learned a lot about him. I always recommend, if you meet any of these people, driving kind of like people that you've seen in movies and TV and you really like them, don't ever ask them anything but, so what do you really do? And when I mean that, is like, I know for a fact, you don't just do acting. And they all have fascinating stories about things they're experts in. Like somebody here, I think it was Margaret or you, already knew, but I did not know that like John Delancey is like
He's a sailor.
And he's like, he does
Yeah,
competition.
he sails.
He does competition sailing. I didn't know. Did anybody know? No. Yeah.
Yeah, I knew.
You knew, but I didn't know. Yeah, but I always recommend that. It's one of those things that if you meet these people on a Walk of Fame, they don't need somebody to tell them you've been seeing them since you were a kid. They hear that all the time, but they like to share things that they never get to talk about.
Yep.
Tell me what you do.
Yeah. No, they like it. They really do.
Whip out a shiv. Tell me what you do.
Is that
Anyway, Bonita, the beautiful. Hi.
We all have a story to tell.
Yep.
And I have been saying for years, I wish there was some sort of couch cafe where we could all get together and just let me tell my story. And then you come along and you tell, oh, that reminds me, I did this and I did that. And if we had the one night when we're not using this room, it could just be the couch cafe. Come tell me your story.
You're going
And
to
we could
make
all
Mark
just share
stab
it.
himself in the eye with a pen or something because he
No microphones, just people sitting around and
with his
bonding.
$100,000 of electronic equipment, is never going to happen in this room.
out in the hallway
However,
then.
I agree.
Yes.
I think that's a great idea. We used to have couches out here, and they're gone now.
You know, we could easily turn part of this room like after hours or even between.
Yeah, close the wall. That'd be okay.
Well, you could make a circle out of chairs and just make it a skeptical,
powwow.
I don't know if you want to call it Skeptics Anonymous or
what she had discussed before on this is a pretty cool idea, and it would work great like in a restaurant. But you could do here where different people, like Delancey being a sailor, right? If you just had a table, and so say I'm going to sit here for 30 minutes or 45 minutes or an hour, and then you're going to sit here, or we just all sit here all night, however long you want to, and someone can come up and You've got some unique talent or story or whatever that you want to share, and then just back and forth with the person.
Office hours. We're going to have skeptical
Office hours. Well, we've got that table outside next
We
to
do,
the, next to the escalators. We could hypothetically involve that.
So if you had whatever, like John Delancey's a sailor, you don't think you're going to talk to somebody that professionally sails, right? I forget what started this. There was some particular somebody's story that this came about, but I think we all have different skills or talents or hobbies that most people wouldn't put us on, right? So anyway, yeah,
that's cool.
Pretty cool idea.
Yeah, you're woodworking.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hi, Vandy Beth.
Hello. I confess I came up here to the mic partly because I just have so much fun with the mic, watching it move up and down with me.
Watching Chasey.
I just wanted to comment that I've been involved with the Skeptrack off and on, and greater to a lesser extents for, probably 15 years now, 10 or 15 years, and I've always loved it. I consider this my home at DragonCon, and I did more with the Skeptrack this year than I ever had before. I was part of 7 different programs, and
wow.
I had a great time, and I look forward to participating again next year. And I'd like to echo the previous questioner that it would be great if we had like a green room or a lounge or like a track only con suite or something like that where we could all hang out when we're not here.
You know that
I know it would cost money, but
what was your favorite panel?
My favorite panel was definitely the science and fiction comedy show on Friday. Those comedians were chef's kiss. Especially their host. Gosh.
Oh,
right?
Fantastic.
She was just fantastic.
Absolutely.
Yes, thank you. Why has anyone been talking about a different one?
No?
Yeah, I didn't think so.
I really liked Mandisa's presentation. That was really spectacular.
Yeah, no, it was good.
Are y'all good with the Zooms? We like the Zooms? I'm seeing some, I think I'm seeing, it's hard to see y'all, so I think I'm seeing some yeses. Yeah. Okay, good.
You know that floor you're on, was it 27? Floor 27?
We can't bring a bunch of people up there.
No. Not even on that big
No,
thing?
absolutely not,
Okay.
no.
All right.
Nope. No, it's key access and no.
Yeah, security would be good.
Security would have a hissy fit.
I
Nope.
see.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nope. They used to do before the con. They used to do a beer gathering up on 10 in the Marriott. So, but that was just like on the main, like an open area.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know, maybe something like that I don't think we can gather in a hallway.
Would everybody want to have a skeptical icebreaker, a Skeptics Track icebreaker? Start off the.
Only if it comes with liquor.
Well, you absolutely, yeah.
Well, I think we've talked about stuff like that before.
There are those open meeting areas and like the 10th floor in the Hilton that everybody can get to.
Oh, right, yeah, they have, there are levels
Yeah.
below that are not key access, but that's a thought,
Yeah,
a thought. We'll have to talk about it.
I
on
think
the
that's
meeting.
probably what you're talking about, but
Yeah.
they have them in the because like I'm on a high floor this year, so you need the key card. So but they do have one. I think it's on the 10th.
Yeah, I think 10, and we can talk about that. Yeah, that'd be cool.
I'm going to write that down.
Yeah, absolutely.
Skeptical
Okay, well, we're coming up on our time. Boy, howdy, has this been a weekend. Man, it's always wonderful on DragonCon, and I suddenly turned very folksy. And so I want to thank our guests so much for coming. They make it so much better. That makes the job easier and makes it easier to wrangle talent that is already very experienced and excellent at what they do. So thank you so much, Kurt Anderson, John Armstrong, Celestia Ward, Margaret Downey. Thank you so much. Thank you, Derek. Thank you,
Yay,
Seema. Thank you, Mark, and your wonderful crew. Thank you, everybody, for coming. We really, really appreciate y'all so much and can't wait to see y'all in 2026. Bye, y'all.
Oh no, I forgot to update this slide. It should say thanks for joining us at Skeptrack 2025. Thanks everybody for watching. We will see you next year.